Oh yeah, people are here.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, wow.
Well, so I don't know if Nathan's totally here.
Oh, he didn't come to his own party yet?
I think he's definitely muted. Intentionally,
Oh,
maybe.
okay.
I'm not sure.
That sounds like something he would do to make it more interesting.
I
We're-
think this
most,
is like, yeah, this, I think this is like a test. So
okay.
he's testing it.
Great idea. I'm
Yeah.
Orion.
What's that?
I'm Orion.
Orion, I'm Jane. Hi, nice to
Hi,
meet you.
Jane. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Pleasure.
I live in St. Louis. What about you?
I'm from New Mexico, but I have lived I am now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I've lived here
Oh,
for 2 years. Yeah.
wow. Oh, wow.
It must be very late at night, I guess, where you are, because it's early in the morning here.
Oh, it's like 12:30, but it's Saturday, so
Oh, right.
it's Saturday, and really, honestly, I'm just kind of like, oh, there's music. Yeah, I'll definitely. I miss music, so sure, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I love tuning into his show when I can. If sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, depending on what's happening here with my kids and whether they wake up on time. We just finished school. I'm a teacher, and we just finished yesterday. So
For the
yeah, we're done. Well, we
for
have
the
2 weeks of for the school year, for the academic year with students, but I have 2 weeks of in-service training uh,
gotcha.
coming up in about a week. But no, it's nice to be able to tune in, and I love what he does. I love the feeling
Yeah,
of it.
yeah. Nathan's always been so creative. Like, I remember him from like High Sierra Music Festival. That's where I first saw him playing, and then like a lot of times on like at the spot on Jam Cruise. So I don't know, Nathan, if he has. I don't know if he has his actual sound on. He's definitely muted on the
Yeah.
Zoom. I don't know if he knows he's muted, but he is. But yeah, he's amazing.
Oh yeah, there he is.
He's
Um,
there, but he's muted. I'm
I'm,
gonna
I'm-
move downstairs. I'll be right back.
yeah, sure. Nice to meet you, Jane. I'm zooming. I've never zoomed. I don't zoom much. Coco, Cosette, Coco. I know you can hear me. Will you take these down to Miss Lyselle, please? My tea thermoses. Thank you. Good morning. How are you, baby? Look at this. This is called a Zoom meeting.
Hi.
That's Jane. This is my daughter, Coco,
Hi.
Cosette.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And that's Nathan Moore. He's the one who's doing the puppet show. We won't give away the surprise, but we're thinking about doing an entry for the puppet show.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, Coco wants to know if you're a teacher. You can ask.
I'm actually not, but my mom was. I mean, she is. She's retired. She's still alive, but she's retired. But my mom was. So I
Good
have
for
a
her.
lot of those tendencies because my mom, I
Yep.
grew up with a teacher, as a
Yeah.
mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do you live?
I live in St. Louis, Missouri, which is like right in the middle of the United States. It's, if you know Chicago at all, it's south of Chicago, not very far, about 4.5 hours south of Chicago. But
Cool.
Oh,
yeah.
you know St. Louis because and it's in Missouri. It's where Auntie Jen and Auntie Rachel live.
Really?
When you went to visit them, you were in the same city
Mhm.
as Jane. Yep.
Mhm.
Cool
St.
place.
Louis is like a small, wonderful little family. So I might even know your aunts. I'm not sure, it's
Well,
kind of small.
maybe Jen Burrs, she does a lot of public health advocacy. She works for I think a synagogue or
Okay.
some kind of like
I don't think I know her, but St. Louis is small. I probably have friends who do.
you've even seen her on the TV before. She goes on shows and
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
advocate for universal health care, and
That's great.
good person. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It would be handy if we had that at this moment.
Yeah, it would be great.
If we had the
I don't know, what is it like in Saudi Arabia? Like what kind of what is the COVID-19? Like what is the whole COVID situation in Saudi Arabia right now?
We've been on a very strict lockdown for 2 months, 2 full months. But strict, but not strict. Where we are is perfect. It's actually the perfect place to weather this out.
Yeah.
Because we're in an economic zone. They've developed. Oh, Coco wants to show you her cat.
Oh my goodness! He looks a little smushed.
So we're in a special economic zone right on the Red Sea, and it's like it's interesting. It's the largest construction site in the world today, and it's part of the Saudi Arabia recognizes that they need a national economic plan to transition away from petroleum. 80% of the GDP derives from petroleum. So they've been developing these special economic zones, and this is one of them. And this one is supposed to be based on tourism and logistics. They have a huge port for shipping, for hub shipping, and then they have like a giant resort area. And so it was supposed to have 200,000 people in it by 2030, and it only has 6,000 people in it today. So it's like this giant ghost city. So it's very quiet. It's very peaceful. We can go down to the Red Sea. Unfortunately, we can't swim. We've been playing cat and mouse with the Coast Guard for years. We go in like, find little hidey holes and swim, and then they catch us and kick us out. And we pretend we don't speak Arabic very well, but so it's been good. It's hard to know about the situation itself. The people who are most affected, there's a huge indentured labor population here. Basically, indentured labor really is the only way to phrase it. They come here of their own will because they're promised. They come from places like Bangladesh and India and Sri Lanka, where they only make $1 a day, and here they make maybe $3 a day.
Oh my God!
They'll live like 5, 6, 10 people to a room, and
oh my God!
So that's who's impacted, of course, because they don't have as easy of access. If you're an expatriate here, like we are, we teach in a private school. I was a public school teacher my whole life. I taught youth at risk in Taos, New Mexico, where I grew up, my hometown.
Okay. Taos is beautiful. Yeah, I love
volunteer in Africa.
Oh, so, which part of Africa?
Oh, all over. I was in the southern. I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Namibia. I was a teaching volunteer in Zambia, but I traveled all over Africa. I was in Africa for 8 years.
Wow.
So, but then I had kids, and I realized I should probably make some money to feed and clothe them, and that's not easy to do.
And your daughter, who I've met so far, seems like a wonderful.
She's a sweet girl. So yeah, that's how we ended up here. I know though that I have still been. We work with very wealthy students now, or students who are much better off. But, the young girls here are definitely an oppressed minority, very much so. So I feel like, that spirit of teaching, service, to be in service. I really gave away the first 20 years of my career I gave it to the people who needed it the most, and would still be doing it if teachers actually made a real living. My wife and I she's also a teacher. We made the choice that she would stay home and raise our kids. Because we didn't want her to be working and then pay 3/4 of her salary to somebody else to raise our kids.
Absolutely.
That's what economic oppression in America does. It forces people to make those choices. So when that became unsustainable, they actually closed the alternative school that I was the head teacher of, and we came here. We've been here for the past 3 years.
Wow.
And it's really an interesting place. You know, you don't have any freedom of speech, but you have healthcare. They have amazing universal healthcare if you're a Saudi or if you're an expatriate. Coco broke her arm a year
Wow.
ago, and it would have bankrupted us in the United States. She got everything taken care of easily,
Wow.
perfectly. All the doctors are trained in the United States and Canada. So they have an amazing medical and health system, and it's all socialized. They have an education system. They pay for scholarships up to the
Wow.
master's level.
Yeah,
So,
you always hear about what certain parts of Europe are doing and what parts of Canada are doing, but you never hear about what the Middle East or like what Saudi Arabia is doing. Like, I would not know that. I would not know that the healthcare there is so
it's amazing.
amazing.
It's really good. Yeah, it's European. It's the European model. It's when that happened, she was it was pretty bad too. So she was in the hospital for 2 nights. She had to have a rod put into her arm, and
oh my God.
we probably had like 10, 15 visits, follow-up visits. All of it cost me less than $100.
Wow.
So
wow.
yeah,
That's amazing.
They do some things right, and it's been good. We're really grateful. There have been a lot of immense challenges too. Culturally, it's been very difficult for my wife in particular, but luckily we live here and it's a lot easier. This is like one of their modern cities where they allow music, and women don't have to wear women don't have to wear the abaya. And they have these big festivals. They actually, we saw Bryan Adams in concert here. Mariah Carey has come here, and so this is like one of the modernizing cities, quote unquote modernizing cities in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Like if virus aside, so like if she's just going like to the grocery store or just market or whatever it is she supposed to cover up?
No. One of the misconceptions people have is that women have to wear a hijab, a head covering. They don't. That's by choice. Most all conservative families pretty much force their daughters to do it, but that's actually anti-Islamic. That's really not an Islamic value. You're not supposed to force anyone to do anything in Islam. And but in Jeddah, in the big city, it's a city of about 6 million people, about 2 hours south. There were requirements that women had to wear an abaya, which is like a body covering. But that's no longer in place. That was removed earlier this year. The Crown Prince has made a lot of interesting, really very aggressive moves towards cultural westernization. I won't call it modernization, but women driving. Saudi Arabia was the last country. And hey, Bill Palmer. Am I seeing Bill Palmer? What's up? Right. How are you, brother? Good to see you, man.
You're on mute, Bill.
Can't hear you. Do you know Bill, Jane? He's the best.
No, awesome. I'm just saying hi.
So yeah, you can't hear me? Can't hear you, bro.
Can't hear Bill. I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's
and
just
Brian is on mute and Nathan's on mute.
Oh, okay, Brian. Oh yeah, I see. I'm such a low tech guy. Oh, there's
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey, good. Brian. It's been shooting the stuff because nobody else was here.
Cool. Yeah, it's been interesting listening in there a little bit. Where did you say you're living? I see your name is Servio. What is your name?
Oh, it's Orion.
What's going on,
Yeah.
Orion? Brian?
Nice
Where'd you say you're living?
We live in Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
We live
Okay.
in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And
sounded like okay. Yeah. I didn't know which part of the region you were in. Yeah, my folks used to work in Amman, Jordan.
Okay.
So
wow.
I remember there being lots of really interesting inside perspective, on the differences in culture and a lot of things you wouldn't expect, a lot of things Americans didn't know anything about.
Yeah.
Or that you never see on media or these kinds of things.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Just the local culture. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, we're media literate people. My wife and I are teachers, and anyone who's tuning into Nathan Moore is clearly a thinker, and
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And
it's a good chat. It's a good chat room in that house.
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
much so. And we
Yeah.
were really surprised because, you know, we definitely had preconceived ideas about what it was going to be like here. We came in with a lot of trepidation, a lot of, you know, like, okay, we have a plan. We're going to be here for a certain amount of money. We're going to make a budget. We're going to stick to it. And
Right.
and then getting here and seeing how very different it was. That I hate to say it, but I think, you know, in many ways, Donald Trump is right for the wrong reasons. The corporate media really kind of does put forward a lot of fake news. It's corporate, you know. It's a business run for a very specific reason, and that's not to establish social justice or not even to report in a biased and impartial way. It's to make money. And
it's a personal agenda. It's a very personal agenda.
Corporate agenda.
Yeah, it's a corporate agenda.
Yeah.
And the corporate charter says maximize profit. It doesn't say there's BP. All right.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
You are on.
Okay, awesome.
These old friends here.
You're right on time, Bill.
New friends.
We're just getting into the
New
politics.
I was actually laying in bed watching the video of Dr. Katz, or what's his name that you sent me this morning, Orion.
Yeah. Dr. David Katz.
That's an amazing interview.
I know. It's like the perfect resource because he has all of the really technical public health vocabulary. You know, I think we've been trying to put these ideas together in our intuitive phrasing, but he's just like, he's like an encyclopedia, you know. It was amazing. I felt like it was a revelation. I was so glad.
I love his calm demeanor and how he's talking about how he's like, I respect this disease, and as soon as you don't respect it, it's going to kill someone you love, and you'll remember. But at the same time, you know, we have to keep in mind what it is. And I love the part where he's talking about how it seems like in some of these places, like the Princess cruise ship and in New York and some of these places, that like 20% of the population is getting it, and it sort of tops out there, as if like 80% of the people don't really, or even maybe not even vulnerable to it at all, which was a very interesting take that I had not heard before.
Yeah, me too. I know. The numbers are so confusing. The response is so confusing for what we were, you know, all the reasons we were just talking about. It's I saw a Washington Post article about what's happening in Saudi Arabia, and it was completely distorted. It was completely wrong. It was just wrong. They were saying that they used the word spiraling cases have led to a tighter lockdown, and we've been on a fairly tight lockdown here. That the bigger cities like Riyadh and Jeddah are on a total lockdown, 24-hour lockdown, but with meaning you cannot travel into them or out of them. But within those cities, there's a 9 to 5 curfew, and so it's, you know, it's pretty open. And they just recently, in the past week, they started opening malls. They started opening you know, other non-essential businesses. Although you could make the cultural argument that malls are essential in Saudi Arabia. It's like the national pastime here. It's what everybody does because it's all there is to do. So then, but we're coming to the end of Ramadan, and there are 4 days of Eid, the holiday that celebrates the end of Ramadan. And now there's going to be a 24-hour total lockdown, but not for the reasons the Washington Post was reporting. The Washington Post totally misreported it, totally distorted it. It's because everybody comes together during these 4 days. It's the party time, you know, without the alcohol. And that was it. But they said it was about spiraling cases, and it's really not. It's, you know, so yeah. I hope, I don't know where else to share it. You know, I have a Facebook page, but I thought he was, Dr. David Katz was so balanced about talking about the fact that there are other costs, health costs, and cost in lives and livelihoods to lockdown, to curfew.
Well, and you and I were having this conversation on Facebook yesterday about, I think it was something you wrote about, nobody's really talking about diabetes.
Right. Yeah.
which is a huge, huge factor in all of this. And no one's really talking about diet or health or getting your shit
Exactly.
together. The
Right.
real the real killers are underneath here: the heart disease, the lung disease, the diabetes. And Dr. Katz basically talks about all of these as if they're all preventable conditions.
Absolutely.
But,
Whereas,
but everyone is triggered by COVID. It's always COVID. It's never let's talk about the pink slime and the Dr. Pepper and the, you know.
right, the Pringles potato chips. Yeah.
Right, right.
That's not accidental. You know, there's a huge corporate agribusiness lobby that does not want Dr. Fauci talking about how 90% of the things you see in any kind of grocery store are filled with high fructose corn syrup and
Yep.
slop, toxic slop. The toxic slop lobby, I call it. But that's the thing. Like, I would love to hear Fauci talk about public health, not public sequestration only. Like, this is the only thing we can do. And as you said, Bill, it's the response. You know, where is the cure? Where is the talk about investing in nutritional education and better food products, especially in those hard-hit neighborhoods,
Well, I think
communities?
Dr.
Communities
Katz
of
really
color
gets into that. Dr. Katz really gets into that, in that he's talking about how, you know, if we dealt with these things, we would be seeing so much lower even death by COVID.
And not only COVID, but heart disease, and
Right.
He makes that point. Like, what is it?
1,800 people die of heart disease in America every day.
1,800 a day. That's right. And nobody talks about it because the media, to bring it back to the corporate news media, doesn't tell those human interest stories. Make sure that it's a statistic. And when it's a statistic, you can't see faces, you don't hear names, and it's a statistic that's not reported, so people don't care about it. This hyper dilation and focus has really distorted the way that people see this, and there is no press time given to people's businesses closing. All of those social determinants that he talks about for health outcomes, isolation, desperation, loneliness,
transportation,
addiction.
It's like transportation, getting to a health service that you need.
Yep. So yeah, it was, like I say, it was like a revelation, and I wanted to share it with everyone, but then I realized, like, okay, I have my Facebook platform, and that's about it. It's an interesting time where everybody has a social media platform in the world, and it's been such an experiment to watch, and communication and connection, and so okay, I'm learning how to use this. Reed Mathis looks like he's jamming out.
Yeah, it says, like, you can't, on the comments on the chat, someone says it can't hear Reed. Nathan says it can't hear Reed. Nathan, we can't hear you.
Yeah, no Reed.
We can't hear Reed, and Nathan's on mute.
Maybe we're not supposed to hear Reed.
Oh.
Well, in the chat, do you guys see the chat? The chat.
Otherwise, it would just be all his,
The chat, Nathan's saying he can't hear Reed.
I guess I finally had to learn how to. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm just watching tonight. It's your show, and you're doing great. Oh,
except we can't hear you.
You just got Nathan Ward. You just got Nathan Ward. I can see the chat, but I can't. Oh, okay. I see.
Well, I kind of hate to stay focused on this, but I wanted to bring something up while we're speaking. Have any of you guys been tested yet for COVID?
No.
Well, I have.
Really?
And I'll tell you a quick little story, a brief story. About a week ago, I had a little rash, like nothing serious, but a little rash on my torso. Didn't make anything of it. And then a few days ago, I had noticed it was getting a little worse. And so I was like, okay, what's causing a rash? And so I Googled it, and immediately WebMD and all comes up. And basically it's a sign of COVID and all this stuff. And I kind of get a little freaked out. And so I call my doctor, and I speak to the nurse, and she's like, no, not likely. And I was like, well, it does say, in Italy, they found that 1 in 5 people have COVID, and have a rash, and and everything. And she said, well, you can get tested, but we can't really do it here. I mean, we could set you up for a few days from now. I was like, really? I just want to, if I have it, I don't want to be going to the grocery store or whatever and potentially spreading it. And she said, well, Presbyterian Hospital down at the edge of town, you can drive through their little drive-through thing. So I go down there and they're like, well, you have to have a doctor's note to get tested. So they turn me away.
Oh my God.
I come home, I look online, and I find one clinic, one place, one drive-through from one of the local hospitals that will test me without a doctor's note. I call them, I speak to the lady to set up my time to come through, and she's like, no, a rash isn't a symptom. And I said, well, I just looked it up and it actually is. There's lots of information on this. And she's like, okay, we'll come on down in a half hour. And I went there. There was no one there. I pull up, the nurse is there. She asks what's going on. I say, I have this rash. She says, let me see it. And she's got the mask and everything on. I'm sitting in my truck. She like is looking at my rash and she's like, no, that's not really. And I was like, can I just get a test, please? I mean, my wife has asked me, and she's like, well, the governor has told us that, it's better not to give the test unless it seems like the person really has symptoms.
Mm.
No.
And I was like, so you guys don't want to test me?
No.
And so this is the kind of the third situation. Finally, she said, well, yes. She said, okay, I'll test you, but it hurts like shit. And it does. And they stuck this thing in my nose and tickled my brain. And I actually, I got the results back today, and I'm negative, of course. But I thought that was pretty interesting when we're thinking about the numbers and all this kind of stuff, that I tried so hard to get tested, and it literally took me about 48 hours to be able to even get someone to take me seriously.
Wow.
So
yeah, and they've been saying that from the very beginning. Like, it's been very difficult to get tests from March, mid-March, end of March till now. Like, it's ridiculous. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's get it together.
Yeah. But don't you think it probably skews the numbers a good bit, I would think.
Absolutely.
It skews the numbers as well, because the testing protocol, as really everyone points out, is not reliable. It's not consistent. It's not reliable.
Right.
Again, David Katz, my new public health guru, he, in that podcast, he talked about how, or David Roll, I think, or Roland Roll, the interviewer, talked about how he had a friend who tested positive, then negative, then positive, then negative 3 times consecutively. And in that order: positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. My mother-in-law, who's like, a really smart Midwestern woman, kind of heart of America, but very smart. She also works in the health field. She said she has a friend who did that too. So anecdotally, it really sounds as though testing is not in any way reliable. She had a friend who tested positive and then tested negative. And so how is the testing even considered viable? It's
right.
That part of it doesn't make sense at all.
In the email that they sent me, it said you come up negative for it, but you should behave as if you do have it. You should still proceed as if you have it. It's like, why did I just do this?
You should have told him I'm a libertarian, man. You can't make behavioral prescriptions.
Yeah.
Just do it. Just behave as though you have it. Well, I mean, if one person has it and it's as infectious as they say it is, then everybody has it in the end. It's like,
right.
So the herd immunity arguments, the idea that these quarantines are intended to flatten the curve. The curve only flattens until you open up, and then it has to spike. So ultimately, there has to be that kind of a spike. And the news about the infection rate from David Katz, who has all the right credentials too, I think that's what excited me the most, because there's like that. He's an Indian American doctor, brilliant guy. He's running for Congress. I think I shared one of his videos, and He's running for Elizabeth Warren's seat in Massachusetts, and he talks about, you know, how really the only way to cope with viruses is to build your immune system. And brilliant guy, another encyclopedic thinker. But he also said that he invented the internet. You know, like
I know you're talking
on
about.
Wikipedia. He's on Wikipedia as being a conspiracy theorist. That's the first thing you find on Wikipedia. Right. But he has all the credentials too. But you know, to know that David Katz is you know, he was the president of epidemiology studies at Yale University, and so making that what the rhetorical argument of ethos, like I'm appealing to an expert for this argument. That's reassuring, because that's a touchstone that everybody can, you know, say, okay, well, here's a qualified person talking about both sides of it. Like, let's not take this so lightly. Let's not take this lightly at all. Let's treat it seriously. And he used that term, vertical interdiction models versus horizontal interdiction models, where vertical models for interdiction or interventions and policy interventions are based on risk levels. And that is clear, you know, like if he used that 20% number, if 20% of New Yorkers have it, which have had it, which it seems like, that's 20 million people. That means the death rate is less than 1%. So let's start talking about really targeting our interventions to support and help those people who are really at risk, and begin allowing those people who are not to resume living, you know, the way that they need to, because the other impacts are real and are very serious. You know, countries like India, I think about India a lot, because there are a lot of Indians here working. I was telling Jane earlier, working basically as indentured servants, and seeing how they live here, and extrapolating that to India, knowing like 1 billion people are locked down without running water. What are the health outcomes going to be from that? You know, what's the death count going to be from that? So it's wild times, you know? Yeah, indeed.
Has anybody here in this chat been really financially affected by this in any way? Anybody other than me?
Small pay cut, but not layoff or anything. Pay cut.
Yeah. What do you do, Jane? We were just getting into that.
I work in branding and marketing, design, websites, like mostly branding, rebranding.
So you can do it from home, and yeah,
a lot of it. I'm not one of the design. I'm more of like I'm an account manager. I work with the clients a lot. So yeah, we do Zooms all the freaking time, like Zooms all the time. But yeah, I can do it from home.
You know how to Zoom.
We got like a 9% pay decrease, which for right now, that's totally fine.
Yeah, you can live with that. But what about you, Bill? Like, that's your whole gig, man.
Yep. Oh, I was nuked. You know, fortunately, there's some savings and some you know, some cash stuffed in mattresses and things like that to sort of.
Unemployment or no, not unemployment. You had your own company, or?
Yes, I was able to. I very reluctantly did it. My wife insisted. And it was literally, you know, we were being nuked, and it did come through, but you know, it's not the same. Like to me, you know, doing what I do is not just about making money, although surviving is a thing, but I like to be productive. I like to do shit, you know, I like to make shit. I like I like for there to be forward momentum in the world, and
absolutely.
And it just so happens, you know, in my particular case, money is also attached to that, as with you guys as well. And and so it's not really even that. But I will say, when I was applying for unemployment, which I've never done, I've been self-employed most of my adult life. And when I was applying, I shed some tears, because
it's horrible.
It was a bad feeling. It kind of felt like I was dying inside a little bit when I was doing that, because it's really against my.
It's temporary. I know how you feel, but it's temporary. You know.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, it's temporary in every way. Yeah, I wonder how many people are coming to rely on it, because I have heard a few tales of really big unemployment checks, bigger than what people were making when they were working.
Yep.
And you can get used to that. You know, I guess we had talked about it. Nathan had said something about it on that other site on Facebook where we sometimes have these talks. The politics of it, in light of the fact that there are people who are still working, the real essential workers, you know, this discovery of the real essential workers.
Right.
The one, you can't just print up money and have it hold value. That's a fact. You know, that's one of those. If you just keep printing up money and stacks of money are everywhere, then the value of money goes down.
Absolutely.
The value of money is determined by the supply of money, like everything else. So you can't just keep doing that and not expect for there to be that unintended consequence. But then the politics of people who are working and who are, you know, kind of carrying the whole load and being productive and doing that forward moving work. And then, you know, there are people who don't want to sit on the sidelines, and there are people who will feel disenfranchised if they're working and other people aren't. So,
yeah.
Oh, Bill, I don't know if you see it, but Nathan sent a
yeah.
message. Bill, I have your video queued up. If you want, you can introduce it, and I'll roll it. Then I can let you know when you're back on air.
Oh, cool.
Are we on the air? Or
what's going on here? Woo, woo, woo.
So I tell you
guys. Are we on the air?
Yeah, I think so. I'll tell you guys a quick little story about this video that I guess Nathan is going to play. Basically, since the lockdown started, I realized that I wasn't going to be okay just sitting in the house, and so I've been driving out west of town to these. I found this place on Google Earth, and it was just this cool little kind of gnarly looking canyon out west of town near the Rio Grande. And I drove out there and I found it by road, and it turned out to be this old ruin, like an ancient, you know, it was pre-Coche de Pueblo, but very, very tucked away and hidden. And there's really very little online about it. You can't really find anything about it. It's very protected and not exposed, and tons of beautiful petroglyphs and caves and pottery everywhere. And I've been going out there about once or twice a week, and and kind of connecting with the ancestors. And so it's been really interesting, kind of going out here where this civilization once was, in this sort of period of our modern civilization, and kind of communing with them a little bit. And they just basically kind of told us, is like, you guys are making a big deal out of this. We're gone.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Life's short. Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, I was out there. I did this song called Black Plague. I wrote last week and recorded it. And a friend of mine sent some drums up from Albuquerque. And a buddy of mine and I went out there the other night and built a fire and kind of sat around, and he shot some shots of me. And the next morning he was like, hey, let's do a video for that song. And so we were just kind of woken up in camp and just kind of walking around making this video. And he sent it to me today, and we released it. So is that what you wanted to know, Nathan? I can't see any of Nathan's messages.
Dark cloud like black blood rolling into town. joints, swapping spit, making out in the park. Black clay, black clay, black clay. Woken up by my alarm, startled in the morning. I throw my phone across the room. No thank you for the warning. Black plague, black plague, black plague. Out west of town, on a dusty road, I haven't been overtaken. I think I found the antidote, but I might be mistaken. Black plague, black plague, black plague.
Ah,
That was
bravo.
Sounded really weird over here on this end.
That sounded really good, man.
Cool.
I love your music, Bill. I always have.
Thank you, man.
You put it all together, man. It's what was the comparison? Like you've got the Cure in there.
Can't read anymore.
Oh yeah, Reed dropped out. But yeah, it's such good fusion music, you know. It's got it all. It's got it all.
Thank you.
I love your
Thank you.
voice. Love your voice.
Thank you.
Always have. I remember the last time I saw you live, sadly, was 100 years ago. I'm showing it, you're not, but El Monte Sagrado in Taos, when Blue Angel had come out, however long
Yep.
ago that was, because that was like that was the anthem of the time. I remember. How long ago was that?
05, 06, something like that. Yeah.
Oh wow, 15 years thereabouts.
So when do you come back to stateside?
That's a very good question. Our final exit. We're actually on a final exit plan from here. We're gonna be leaving Saudi Arabia, and we have teaching jobs in Abu Dhabi next if we can get there. But we should be leaving in 1 month. Yeah, literally 1 month, the 17th of June. But the only flights available are repatriation flights now, and the consulate here announces them a day or two before they happen. And the bureaucracy here, like, you know, I guess you weren't here when I was talking to Jane, but the trade-offs in being in Saudi Arabia are so interesting, because really you have no civil liberties, and the state, you know, the state is the main actor here, but it's highly socialized. Like, you know, there's incredible medical care, incredible socialized medical care. If you're a Saudi, then you qualify for scholarships up to the master's level. And so the people are really taken care of, but you can't speak out. And the way a lot of people are employed is in high level government management jobs. You know, you'll see people from the Chamber of Commerce driving Porsches.
Yeah.
through the desert here.
Wow.
So whether or not we get all the stamps and, you know,
Mhm.
cross signatures and triplicate on 8 million different documents is anybody's guess. So
Yeah.
we should be back in a month, in which case, are we going to be able to hug it out? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to
Absolutely.
hug it out?
Yeah.
I don't even know if you can ask that anymore in good taste in America. I don't know what's happening on the ground. You know, we feel doubly isolated because all of the
Yeah.
nuances of you know, what's happening on the ground are lost to us, and we keep
Mhm.
trying to read those signals on Facebook. And
It's going to be fine.
yeah, of course,
It's going to
Yeah.
be fine.
you and I
Hey,
are
you
gonna hug it
guys,
out.
I've got to roll, and I've enjoyed seeing your faces.
Great to see you, man. Always great
You
to talk
too.
to you.
Nice
So
to say hi, Bill. See you, buddy.
Great
See you
music.
later. Thank you guys so
Great
much.
song.
I enjoyed it.
Likewise.
Love you, brother. Oh,
Love you, man. So good to see you. Glad we've got that connection. Great to see you in person.
yep. You too.
Ish. Great to see you in person. Virtual is the new real, right?
Let's see if
Right.
Nathan, is Nathan, can you hear us? Nathan?
Back. I think he's gonna hold us to it. Whoever shows up is gonna have to host the show.
That's it.
No, come on, Nathan.
Oh yeah. He says, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Cryptic messaging from the
So how do you guys connect, the two of you?
I know Nathan from like High Sierra Music Festival and from like he surprised me, Mr. Davis, and then also from like the spot on Jam Cruise. So this will be good for Nathan to remember too.
Jane, are you also a musician?
No, I just
Okay.
no, I've always worked in marketing, but I always like done like freelance promotion for bands and venues and stuff on the side and festivals, like always like
Gotcha.
free, like volunteering on the side for like promotions of bands and music. So that's kind of been my
Yeah.
life, you know, yeah. So
Nice.
I've always, you know, on the side volunteered for everyone and everything, and so that's how I meet everyone. So yeah.
Bit by bit, being on the quarantine live streams and engaging with the chat and recognizing what people are saying, like starting to put pieces together of kind of how far certain people go back and who knows who.
Yeah.
Or little comments. I can't remember which one it was. Oh shoot, I'm trying to think of the gal
me?
who. What's
No.
that?
Not me.
No, it was somebody else who normally joins the chat, and she was saying that she was there. I think it was High Sierra when Willie T gave Nathan the tenor guitar and signed it.
Oh, I don't know.
And said it was a precious moment. And she was there at the time, and I was gathering. And then I think Nathan played a live video of her with I think it was like 3 or 4 of them. They were in a kitchen. It was three ladies. The up front gal was on guitar and lead vocals. She had a backup vocalist, two female backup vocalists, and then I think another guy on guitar. This was maybe last week sometime. I can't remember who that was. It's not you. Okay. It might have been. There might be another Jane on the
Really?
or maybe it was MC or something. I can't remember.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many great bands who have played High Sierra.
Yeah.
It's such a good festival, and you know, it's so many of those festivals like have similar bands playing. It's you know, when Wakarusa used to be around, it was a lot of the same, you know, wonderful people. It's so
Well, I only crossed paths with Surprise Me, Mr. Davis once, and that was in 2008. But I grew up in Virginia.
Okay.
In Harrisonburg, just north of Stanton, where Nathan is.
Okay.
But Stanton was my gig town. So in all my 20s and a little bit of my 30s, when I was playing live music, that's the town we never played in my hometown, Harrisonburg. I mean, it was bigger than Stanton, but it was kind of like it wasn't personal enough. You know, there was a lot of like cookie cutter bars and a lot of the same cover bands and all this kind of stuff. But down in Stanton, that was our drinking town. So we'd haul ass down to Stanton and play live gigs down at the bars, and then hop from one bar to the next and do the late night, you know, and groups sitting with one another. And so it was kind of
for sure.
it was perfectly small. You know, it was just a beautiful small
so
community.
Good. Especially, I mean, like now is like the perfect time to be small. It's so good.
And you could catch live music in Stanton back in the day anyway, 4 nights a week, any given week.
Yeah.
For a small town where, you know, there were a lot of businesses on Mainstream that had up for lease cyclically.
Oh,
you know, they would go out of business, go down, but the bars somehow always stayed rolling. Yeah, I mean, everyone's like, man, we'll keep the bars going. I don't know about that craft store down there, but I didn't play much with Nathan, but on occasion we'd play on the same stage or kind of find ourselves at, you know, in similar company late nights, but we were always in and around for a number of years back then. So
yeah,
so it's one of those wonderful Stanton crew, the old crew.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and then randomly caught surprised me Mr. Davis. They played in this little bar we used to always play at, Baja Bean and Company, right in the corner down there in Stanton. Tiny little place. I mean, it could probably
Stanton,
fit.
Virginia? Is it Stanton, Virginia?
Yeah, Stanton, Virginia. Probably fits like 70 people in the back, something like that.
Gotcha.
150 max, and they blew that place out. It was fun.
That's so awesome.
The only time I saw them. So
sweet.
So Brian,
Mm-hmm.
you're saying you have known Nathan going back into your 20s, going back to the
in and around kind of similar circles. We didn't Nathan and I didn't hang out that much, but you know, like fellow band members or members from other bands or members in the scene. You're like, hey, what's going on, Nathan? Hey, good to see you, man. How you doing? You know. So knew of him and was kind of around, and you know, we weren't close or didn't hang out for, you know, many years, but yeah, I've known Nathan for a long time. Yeah, it seems.
I think it's time to do a panegyric for him, because he is such an amazing person and artist.
Oh man,
cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, I would just love if you could only just like chime in too. Like, are you muted, Nathan?
I like what he's up to. I like what he's up to.
Drinking beer and eating popcorn. He's enjoying the show. I first encountered them through my friend Lindsay Solomon in Taos, New Mexico, talking to Bill. I guess it's going back like 20 years now.
Yeah.
Well, when he was in when all those bands were at Frogville Records, and he was with the Amusement. The Amusement was touring.
Yeah.
And I was coming and going. Oh yeah. And I was coming and going from Africa, so I didn't have my finger on the pulse of anything that was happening. And my friend Lindsay said, man, you've got to see these people. And we went to the old Blinking Light, and it was a transcendental show. You know, it was just one of those shows where
that's cool.
The connection between the music and the people. But you know, so I've been swimming out to that island, the Nathan Moore Island, you know, for the past 20 years. And I told him the other day, I just kind of checked back in on this. I saw it come up on my feed maybe 3 weeks ago, a month ago. And, you know, and I had seen some of what was happening with the hippie fiascos, but the fact is, like, really, he and the people who were doing that really pioneered, you know, the 24-hour music-based reality TV show, but without the reality, or maybe it's surreality TV show, because they were being themselves. You know, it wasn't staged, it wasn't produced.
More real than real, right?
More real than real. That's right. Virtual is the new real, and they were doing it. And but I asked him the question, like, you know, how is it that I have this vision of you being like, you know, when are you going to be like Bob Dylan and go to Bob Dylan, as Bob Dylan went to Woody Guthrie, and kind of take the mantle of American troubadour laureate, you know, because you look at his lyrics and the huge body of work that has now come into, you know, this kind of virtual performance and podcasting, and he set up the digital back porch where all of these people can come. Because you asked the question, Brian, like, how do you know him? And really, he's been doing this work for 20 plus years. and it's a whole subterranean community in America. It's this, it's this big, huge network. As a lyricist, I was listening to this is my daughter Coco. Everybody, hey,
What's
Coco,
up, Coco?
That's Brian. That's Jane. Hold on one. Yeah.
How many hours a day of school
6 hours, 7 hours with a break
for high school?
for high school
No,
stuff.
just I guess Reed jumped off.
See Swaver Tooth
So
walking through some mysterious looking
Is
place.
that Reed? No.
Oh, look at that. I think, and maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he doesn't want that real kind of limelight and fame. I don't know, but
It's understandable.
I don't think he does.
yeah, totally understandable. I wouldn't blame him at all. But it came across to me again. There were those two ladies who did a rendition of "Understand Under," and I really think, in terms of lyrics, because I'm a writer, I'm a creative writer. I'm not a musician. I wish I was. I wish I'd put some time into it, but. Bob Dylan won the Nobel Prize in Literature, rightfully so. He was an amazing lyricist, one of the best writers to ever walk the earth. And I think we have to have that discussion. Nathan Moore is in that category, man. Maybe he doesn't want the prize. The Nobel Prize in Literature does come with a $1.4 million honorarium, Nathan. He can't be swayed by money. He's not tempted by money.
That's it. There's something beautiful about an artist not seeking anything other than the art.
Yeah.
And letting whatever else will seek him or her,
Yeah.
You want to give me accolades, give me accolades. You want to book me for a show, book me for a show. You want to put me up for a Nobel Peace, great.
Yeah.
I'm just doing what I'm doing,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have been on
love
Jam.
The mystery of it,
Stop me if you've been on Jam Cruise, but Nathan and like the Barr Brothers and like the guy from Fruition and like a bunch of other cool, like just like laid back guys have this area. And Nathan started, I think, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but like it's called The Spot. It's not one of the stages. They have like 5 stages or 6, whatever. But The Spot is just like a part on one of the pool decks or like one of the decks, not pool decks, one of like the side decks. And that's just where they play music and people just like jam and people just like, it's kind of like a campfire, but it's on a cruise ship. So it's like, it's like picture yourself around a campfire, but it's like on a deck of a cruise ship, So
I've seen lots of video of The Spot.
Jamming. Yeah, exactly. But like Nathan created that, as far as I know. Nathan, I wish you would chime in, but like
I caught the
and the Barr Brothers created that.
Yeah, I think he was giving a salute to Nathan the other night on the live cast about The Spot. If I'm not mistaken, he said thanks
Amazing.
to Nathan to
it's great.
starting The Spot or something like that. Not himself, but Nathan Barr. I can't remember. There's something like that, but I don't think Nathan was taking.
Brad Barr, Andrew Barr.
Oh, Brad. Yeah, it might have been Brad. That's right. It was. I think in Nathan Barr.
There's not.
I can't remember who started that.
Buddies. They're all.
He mentioned it the other night on the cast, though, and that was the first time I'd heard him mention The Spot, even though I had seen for years many videos of The Spot and had never been on a Jam Cruise. So I was finally putting 2 and 2 together, like, that's what.
No, it's just like it's picture a campfire, but like on a, like side, just chilling around. Everybody's like just playing music and hopefully mostly sometimes it's people don't sound that great, but usually people sound really, really good. Sometimes people just join in that shouldn't be joining in, but usually it's
democratic. It's democratic.
Open source.
That's it.
For sure.
That's the
join, if you will.
It's a jam.
That's
jam.
the service. That's the service part of it, because for an art to be spiritual, it is a service.
Exactly.
And I've always thought,
like campfire spirit part of it. It's like it definitely is like campfire spirit. It's like it's really good.
And I've always thought, you watch the rock and roll movies too, and the point that they always try to make is that basically that the devil lives at that juncture of art and commerce. And some people navigate it well and really retain their artistic integrity, but it's clearly a struggle. When you do get that studio contract and they want you to pop it up and reach a wider audience and use more
Yeah.
cowbell and, you know, less of this and more of that. And
They
so
want you to
yeah,
compromise,
they want to
conform.
compromise.
Yep.
Yep. So
All
to
those
not
good
do
C
that,
words.
that's right. That's right. To do
Hey,
it your own,
Damn C words.
they'll get you.
They
Is
will
Corona-
get
it
ya.
your birthday,
Corona.
Susan?
Corona
is
is
it
the C
your
word.
birthday?
Yeah.
Is it your
What?
birthday, Susan?
It
Oh, hey.
is. My goodness. Yes.
Happy birthday,
Thank you.
Welcome.
Happy birthday.
Jane, with the info.
Wow. I'm amazed you know that.
I know, right?
Well, it says it like on your name.
Oh my God. It says, oh no, it says birthday
iPad
present.
birthday presentus. Presents us.
I mean, I saw that.
That is hilarious.
Mhm.
That present was 4 years ago, but it is my birthday today.
That is hilarious. Really? Get out of here.
Honest. May 17th.
That is a hippie fiasco rides again moment if I've ever seen one.
May 17th is at midnight. Oh my god. Yes,
In New York, where I
See?
am, it is.
See,
I'm
even
in St. Louis. I'm in St. Louis. It's 1:35 apparently.
even
Oh my
when
goodness.
Nathan Moore is only watching, there is still magic.
This is hilarious.
Yeah,
A friend,
Nathan's just like watching.
a friend just sent me this link, so I decided to click on it.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah. So far it's just shooting the shit.
Mhm.
Marhaba.
It's really
We've had a few people drop off.
Susan, so
if I must
your
be honest, we've had a few people drop off.
your son sent you
Okay.
the link?
Who sent me the link? Rachel sent me the link. Rachel Ann.
Was
So
she
have
you
listening
Have you
on?
tuned into Nathan Moore's Hippie Fiasco Rides Again before?
No,
Mm,
I'm just an old hippie.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll just love it.
how about that?
Perfect.
This is hilarious.
I'm gonna use the
Where
restroom.
are, where are all of you?
I'm in St. Louis. I'll be right
You're
back.
in St. Louis. Ryan, where are you?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh my goodness. And
Yeah.
where are you from?
I'm Orion. I don't know if it shows on my little bar there. I'm Orion. I'm originally from Taos, New Mexico, but I am right now at this moment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
You're in Saudi. Wow.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
amazing. I'm in New
Yeah.
York City.
Oh wow. In the epicenter of the pandemic.
Right in Midtown Manhattan, actually.
wow.
In the epicenter of the epicenter of the pandemic. Wow.
Yeah, been
What's
pretty
it like?
insane.
What's happening?
It's surreal. It's absolutely surreal. It's better than it was 2 months ago. 2 months ago, you were hearing 24/7, and so that's quieted down a little bit. People are wearing masks for the most part. When they aren't, you stay clear.
Yeah.
Most people and most businesses are being conscious around social distancing. You know, a lot of stores have set up taped marks outside on the street, outside of their stores, 6 feet apart, and are asking people, letting one person in when one person leaves the store, and having one way on the aisles, traffic. Yeah. People are trying to be conscious. It's scary. We've lost a lot of people in this city. I've lost parents of people I work with. You know, my colleagues have lost mothers and fathers and cousins and uncles, and I've had a few relatives, but they, thank God, only had mild, cases. It's been a little nuts.
Yeah, really. Has it been easy for you to shelter in place
I'm
You know-
doing it. It's frustrating. I'm married. My husband and I have been here with our 2 cats. Who the cats are very happy to have us home all the time.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Sure.
We mostly go out when we have to go shopping, which is probably every 7 to 10 days. And I'll do a major shopping. I did go upstate to the mountains for a long weekend a couple of weeks ago to a cabin I have up there. I'm working from home. So I'm on I'm on Zoom and Microsoft team meetings all day long, Monday through Friday.
Same.
You know, I get to sleep in a little bit. I don't have to, wear makeup or a bra. I'm very happy about it. They see you from here up. It's about it.
They have no idea what
I
I'm wearing
mean,
the same yoga pants like every day.
we make sure to put on bottoms because you got to get up and you don't know who has their camera tilted where. So, we're respectful of each other. But it's crazy. The whole thing is surreal. It's like my birthday's today and I'm not going to be with my friends and I'm not seeing live music. And it's a little bizarre. It's like,
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you jumped on this. So happy birthday. I know this is not the same, of course, but.
I know it's very sweet. I figured if Rachel sent it to me, there were kindred spirits on here. So
Susan, you should look up when you get off the stream. You should look up Nathan Moore's music.
Tell me who he is.
Nathan Moore is he's a musician. A lot of us know him. All of us know him from kind of different back circles, and typically he's been doing, at least during the quarantine, he's doing quarantine edition of live streaming from his home studio.
Cool.
Which he's done for years and years and years prior to all of the streaming technologies. Had like camcorders on the road and like old flip phones where that can only take like 15 seconds of video. And he's been touring all over the US.
OG troubadour.
Technically, he would be most comparable to like he's a singer songwriter troubadour.
Very cool.
Beautiful artist. And a dear friend. Like he's just super interesting, and he does these live streams most every night during the quarantine, and it's usually for us late nighters, at least East Coast time late nighters, and 2 or 3 hours, and he plays songs and shows videos from his past tours, and there's all kinds of friends that come on and like play little songs, and they write songs together, and just fascinating. So it's Nathan Moore.
I mean,
Nathan Scott Moore.
If we only had a guy like him, just like him, who was on this right now, you do a little sampling.
And in fact, and then so tonight he's randomly, we're usually like, oh, Nathan Moore goes live. We get the little notification on Facebook. Cool, I'll tune in. Maybe I'll chat a little bit in the background, whatever. And tonight he says, there you go. Here's the Zoom link. The show is yours tonight.
Right.
Do what you will with it. And here we are.
So, yeah. Well, I thought he was actually part of it too. Nathan, he's on here.
He's on. He's taking the seat of the observer tonight. Come
on.
It's cool. It's a cool move.
But he was on here. We had another really good guitar player, bass and guitar player, who was on here, who's not on here anymore.
Reed Mathis, Reed Mathis, yeah.
I know that name.
Reed Mathis.
Yeah, Reed goes here. Like he's played with Tea Leaf Green and Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey, and he's done sessions with a bunch of the Grateful Dead guys and all kinds of stuff.
That's sort of my
technically or
my entree.
Traditionally bass player.
Stuff, yeah.
But we were like, jump back on. He jumped. I figured he was just fixing his connection, but I guess not.
Sweet.
Kind of like that he was playing in the background with no audio. It's just kind of like, sound. I'm chilling out with you guys. I'm here with you.
He was fixing his sound, but
I'm just here with you. It's kind of cool. And then I put a little Reed Mathis on in the background on silent on video, so we had a double Reed Mathis going for a little while. Perfect. It's like anything goes.
That's
Susan,
have you been watching any of the live Yorma streams that he does every Saturday?
Which ones? The Reed ones?
The Yorma.
Oh, Yorma. No, I actually haven't seen any of the Yorma ones.
He's done it 7 weeks in a row from
good
at 8 p.m. East Coast time.
Okay.
Just go to his Facebook webpage, and it's
Saturday?
a lot. Every Saturday. It's the 7th week he did it this week.
Perfect.
It's very cool. And it's just him, and every once in a while somebody that lives on the ranch comes out and will sit in with him on guitar and do some harmony. It's very sweet.
Who has sat in? Who has sat in the last few weeks? Or
two men that live on. Do you know what Fur Peace Ranch is? Where he does his workshop. It's where he and Vanessa live.
Yeah.
And they do a school there. They do workshops and concerts there, and people come up and study with them and other guitarists and other musicians and spend the week there.
Yeah.
So two of the men that live on the ranch there who are also fine instrumentalists and singer-songwriters, have
Are they teachers
week-
too? Do they kind of teach there too, I guess, if they live there?
I don't know if I'm not quite sure, to be
But
honest.
whatever,
My friend Lisa went there for her 50th birthday. A whole bunch of us chipped in and sent her there for a week. And Larry Campbell and Teresa Williams and Happy Traum were teaching with Yom at that time.
That is
And
awesome.
she met those other two people that live there as well. So
That's so awesome. That sounds like a magical time. That's good.
yeah, she
Good.
loved it. She absolutely loved it.
Good.
I live in New York City, but I have a house up north in the Catskills. So we go to where Levon Helm lived in Woodstock. There's a place called The Barn, and we go to a lot of shows. It's really intimate. It's only about 200 people. We go to a lot of shows at The Barn, about 100 seats and 100 people standing in varying parts.
Wow.
And it's like having people perform in your living room. It's pretty wonderful. So, you
Wow.
know, lots of good people play there. And
Oh yeah.
Larry Campbell and Teresa were part of Levon's regular band. Yeah, it's just and Amy Helm, Levon's daughter,
Yeah,
plays there
yeah.
and lives there. And it's
Yeah.
really good music. A lot of great singer-songwriters come through.
That's awesome.
Bromberg comes through. A lot of really good people come through there.
Well, the singer-songwriter thing is Nathan. Like if you appreciate really good singer-songwriters, that's Nathan, who
I'm going to check him out.
would
absolutely.
normally be here.
I can extend the introduction, Susan, by saying we were making our ode to Nathan Moore right when you joined in, and really he should be named as the American Troubadour laureate. He's been working at it for so long.
Troubadour.
OG
I definitely will.
Troubadour,
I will
love-
definitely check out videos.
But to extend, that metaphor, he's also a community organizer in the spirit of Ken Kesey. I think he's pranking us right
Very
now.
cool.
He's
But a big part of what he's
pranking.
done is to bring people together through his music, through his songwriting, and so there's that spirit of community organizing too, and playing pranks, and telling jokes and puppet shows and serving families and serving the spirit of music and
Friendship
That's
and
very cool.
laughter, like sitting around the campfire, like just the picture of
And
whether
to
the
boot,
campfire is in a
he's-
kitchen or the campfire is in a backyard, wherever the campfire is, it's like the community,
Yeah, and to boot, he's a really talented magician. So you'll even get illusions from time to time.
yeah, that's right.
Where
I
does he
love
live?
that aspect of Nathan. I
Where does
had a
he
love
live?
for magic growing up myself when I was young, and I've always related to that
That is so awesome.
Where is he?
fascination with the illusion.
He's pranking us.
He's not on video, he's on sound. He can hear us. He is
No, that's not what
but
I mean. Where does he live? Where does he play from?
you guys tell me, I'm not sure.
Stanton, Virginia.
In Virginia. Yeah.
Virginia.
Stanton, Virginia. Yeah.
But he
Hey,
toured.
Ryan, where are you?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. Do you know
But I
Katie
grew up.
by
I grew up
chance?
in Virginia. But
Do you know
But-
Katie and Chris by chance? Volcolo, who just moved to St. Louis? Just throwing it out there.
I don't know.
They're-
Their Charlotte crew.
They're Charlotte, and they're amazing, and they just moved to St. Louis like about a year and a half ago,
Oh,
ago.
that's cool.
There's thank God. I mean, sorry
Hmm.
for you, but good for us.
Yeah, yeah.
My husband was born in Northern Virginia. He was
Mm.
born near DC and Falls Church. So,
Oh, yeah.
and we have family in West Virginia too.
Cool.
Shepherdstown, if you know where that is.
Shepherdstown, West Virginia.
Yeah, that's where my
yeah,
nephew
West
lives.
Virginia. Yeah,
He
yeah.
does. Yeah, I
Is
know.
that-
He does.
Is
It's a
that
cool-
close to
It's a cool little
Berkeley
college.
or Beckley?
Not far from there. It's off the Potomac. It's
Yeah.
it's maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours out of DC. It's considered
Yeah.
a suburb there.
It's beautiful countryside up there, man.
It's real pretty up there. It's real pretty. It's where Antietam happened in the Civil War. There are
Yeah.
all these plaques around the town there, around where they brought the injured. I guess they had the outdoor hospitals there.
A lot of killing in some beautiful places, man.
Isn't that an
A
amazing
lot
thing?
of
But there's a
killing in
lot
some
of
beautiful places during the Civil War.
a lot of hippies in that little town, though. It's a very sweet little town, Shepherdstown. They have.
Mhm.
If you ever make it through there, there's this best coffee store called the Lost Dog Cafe.
Ah, all right.
You blink and you miss Shepherdstown. It's just a tiny little town.
Yeah.
Teeny tiny.
Yeah.
My kind of
Nice.
place. My kind
Yeah.
of place.
Yeah. Well, I'm very happy I stopped in. I'm not going to stay very long because it is like 2 something in the morning.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Susan.
And I want to get
Happy
up and actually,
birthday.
Yeah.
enjoy
Happy
my
birthday,
birthday.
indeed.
well,
That's
you're the
great.
first people I got to separate with. My husband's snoring in the next room. So
Ah, I love it.
Well,
it's
you're
really
welcome.
nice meeting all of you. And I will
Likewise,
look
Miss
up
Susan.
Nathan.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You're only
I
25 once.
will.
Susan, take it from me.
Oh,
There you go.
honey, do you know how old I am today?
27,
I am
28.
64 years old today.
Whoa.
Way
Yeah,
to go.
bless your heart.
Way to go.
Bravo. Hats off. Hats off.
Sis, way to go.
That's amazing. That's
Telling you, 64.
incredible.
I
You're
was waiting.
looking great.
I want the Beatles song later in the day.
There
Well,
you go.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, you might, yeah, for sure.
You're doing
Take
something
care.
right because you look half that. Take
Oh
care.
my
Have a
Well,
good one.
Yeah.
Bless your heart. Thank you so very much. You have a
64?
wonderful
Are you
day.
serious? That's amazing.
Oh, it's not so amazing. Trust me. You only see me from here up. Take care, everybody. Much love. Bye-bye.
You too. So
Bye.
nice to meet you.
Ciao.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I love that she randomly stops by.
I love that too. It just someone told her you might like Nathan or something.
And it was
Some-
her birthday. That's hilarious.
Didn't somebody drop a link
Excuse
in
me.
her?
That's awesome.
Somebody just dropped a link on her phone or something, and she clicked it and did a drop in.
Well, I do think when I looked earlier, I thought it was actually going to be Nathan playing, not just us talking, but whatever.
Yeah, well, we got to host a podcast. I'm actually gonna have to drop out in about 10 minutes. My wife has a Zoom meeting with
Yeah,
our
that's
future
fine. Yeah.
employer.
Yeah.
But
Feel like we're not really, yeah, that's totally fine. Unless, Nathan, do you want to chime in or anything?
Now, if only any of us had a setup where we could entertain.
Okay.
do you play, Brian? Why don't you give us you're obviously a musician.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I'm behind the ball on the live stream setup. So
Are?
so while I have a little stand for my phone, I don't have the system hooked into the studio computer. So I can either have audio and video from my phone, or I can have only video but no audio, no audio of me. I
Wait,
can have audio and video.
you
if
gotta
I do
get
it on
that figured out
desktop.
though. How soon can you get that figured out? Like tomorrow?
Yeah, it's actually on the at the top of the list these days for sure.
I mean, it can't be like you can't just like get that figured out like next month,
A couple quick moves for sure.
right?
Oh my gosh.
What about you, Jane? Do you play any instruments or?
I mean, I've taken lessons in quite a few instruments. I don't really play any instruments. My favorite one is the bass. Not very good at all. Can't really play much at all. Banjo, took lessons, can't really play anything. Bass, there's a better chance there, but ukulele, maybe a couple songs, not much at all. Tambourine, egg, yeah, frog and fish, maybe.
Electric bass or stand up?
It's actually electric. I'm too small.
That's cool.
I'm too short to
Do the stand up, yeah.
lug around. No, I just don't ever want to have to lug around the fucking stand up, because it's huge.
That's
So
gear. It's a lot of gear.
I want to get one of those ukulele basses worked out, because I know they don't play very, they don't amplify very loudly, so it's like you're somewhere and you have like a Kyla bass or whatever. It's like the size of a ukulele, sounds like a bass, but doesn't amplify very much. So
Yeah, those are great.
but we have small amplifiers that, like, my husband makes small amplifiers, and other things
Makes
that
them.
we can get this stuff figured out with. So
Oh, that's cool.
I figured out because I can't lug. I'm like 5'3" on a good day, so I cannot lug around fucking stand up bass. Just can't
Yeah.
do it.
Well, I've always been a pianist, and often covet the ease with which a guitarist carries around an acoustic guitar, can play his
Exactly.
actual instrument at a campfire. It's like, as a pianist or keyboardist, we're always like, if we need to be like super mobile, then that means we have a huge compromise in both our instrument and our sound. Because we'll be playing something dinky that's like a 49 key, like just like like this thing. I could carry that thing around, but
That's small though. Yeah,
that is small and it's light, and this needs a computer to actually run it. Like, it doesn't have sounds in and of itself. But there's plenty of keyboards that have piano emulations and electric piano emulations and organ and all these other sounds. But it's one of these things for us pianists, and we watch the guitarists just like carry their beautiful electric guitar in, or their
and the drummer
really nice
also
acoustic
is
drum.
Like, the drummer is always like to the guitar.
That's right. They always have a sacrifice. Like when you see those live videos where everyone's just carrying one little thing, the drummer will have his drumsticks and he's like drumming the air or something. But at least they can beat on something,
But when you have to like leave a club, like if you actually do like have to leave a club or whatever, the drummer takes the longest, of course.
Yep, we're unpacking and packing in. Like my buddies are always the drummers because we're the last while they're. It's like, yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll help you carry your bass drum. Right. If you catch the other side of this piano with me, man, I got your back. So it's always
I'm always like, give me the cymbals. I'll put the cymbals in the little holder thing.
Yep.
I didn't realize the gear politics in running a band is that what breaks a lot of bands up in the end, is gear politics?
Oh man, so many things, right? So many things. But that's definitely something that becomes a little tiresome, when you're let's say, at one point I was playing in this band called Shake, and it was it was a decent band. No one was going to be doing anything like super serious with it. There weren't any aspirations or goals professionally. It was just a cover band mostly. But like we were busy.
Cover band, or what kind of cover band?
Kind of general, right? So we had two female lead vocalists, and we had a full rhythm section, keys, drums, couple guitars, a bass, so we can basically cover everything from like classic rock to not on that one. I was in another band called On the Eights later on, which was actually my favorite band I've ever been in. And that was 8 members. And that was drums, bass, keys, 2 guitars, and then 3 horns.
There we go.
So we had trumpet and sax, 2 trumpets and a sax, or sax and 2 trumpets, or a trumpet, sax, and a trombone.
And probably a trumpet, trombone, sax, or 2 saxes.
But there was a weird thing, like where we never had a consistent third horn player, as I recall. So they kind of rotated a little bit.
Have 2 trumpets.
But our primary horn was always a saxophone, and he was amazing. What is his name? Moody. Darn it, I should remember his name. He's still in Stanton. Greg Moody. Greg Moody. He's a brilliant saxophone player. And he'd bring a soprano, a tenor, he'd bring a whole set, and he might have a flute. And you love these woodwind guys, man. Or
I know, like Carl Denson. Carl Denson just kills it on the saxophone, and then he busts out his flute.
A clarinet. Yeah. Exactly. Whatever the case may be. Yeah, for Carl, the flute.
Yeah.
But it was great because they started off as a Stevie Wonder cover band. And that's how I was originally propositioned. They had this idea for a cover band with horns that could do rock and roll.
I love that.
And would start covering Stevie Wonder. So a little bit. It made me second guess my answer to join the band, though. I mean, as a keyboard
Which
player
band?
coming in a band whose intention is to primarily cover Stevie Wonder, those are large, large
Huge
shoes
step.
to step into as a
Yeah.
keyboard player, right? You know,
Humongous
like,
shoes. Yeah.
Brian, Nathan, everybody, I'm really sorry. I've got to duck out. My wife has this meeting now.
Okay.
Orion,
Hi, nice to meet
cheers,
you.
man. See ya. Nice
So
to meet
great
you.
to talk to you guys.
Pleasure,
So
man.
great to
Oh, it's
talk to you.
okay. It's
All right, buddy.
okay.
We'll catch up.
I hope we get a chance to do it again, but I'll be looking for you guys on the forum. You're amazing.
Likewise.
So good to talk to you. So good
Likewise,
to talk.
man. We'll see you. Take care.
Bye. So nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Bye.
Let's see.
Okay, tell
He's
me
a nice
about
guy.
the Stevie Wonder. Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah.
didn't
So I mean,
realize
when
we weren't actually having Nathan more playing music, but great, whatever. So it was mostly about.
so I guess when I was approached to join the band that they were putting together, whose intent the idea of which was to basically be a Stevie Wonder cover band, I had to really think twice, because that's just
have to be
that's a little bit nerve-wracking,
really,
yeah.
really good.
yeah. So, but it was a fun leap to take, and thankfully we ended up branching out a good bit wider than that, where I didn't always have to feel like the primary aspect of the song we were playing was, emulating one of the greatest soul keyboard players who's ever lived. So.
Well, I mean, so how'd you tackle that?
Oh, well, just by saying, yeah, well, what the hell, this sounds like the best one I've ever heard in my life. Let's do it, and just be afraid and do it anyway, right? And worst case scenario, it's not going to be that great, and it's just a local thing, and whatever. So you fall on your face.
I mean,
I think as artists,
fear is everything. Fear is everything. Fear keeps you from everything.
Yeah, so I think as artists, you have to get over that kind of thing constantly, and the starts pretty early, where you are constantly aware that there's someone who's better than you just around the corner, or just ahead in history, and probably will always be better than you. But if that was your reason for always saying no, or saying, well, maybe later, then you'd never get started. You'd never have fun even trying. So, and we ended up doing a bunch of our own songs, and we covered all kinds of interesting other funk and jazz, because the horn section with a really good rhythm section opened up so many possibilities for us. And
that's the best thing in the world.
And we didn't have vocalists, so we would on occasion have a guest vocal, but we never had a primary vocalist or any vocals. So it was all instrumental. It was all instrumental. Yeah,
that's
instrumental
like a
funk.
Band, like where they throw in, like, even what a Galactic does, they like have like their guest, like guest vocalists who will do a season or two or whatever, and then they'll just not.
So we were covering all kinds of interesting stuff. Like there may have been a Galactic song here and there. I mean, we were certainly covering the Meters. We were
for sure
covering and emulating, a lot of our peers, or those who were just ahead of us.
Devon.
Yeah, so older stuff, and then some really recent, like, we may have done a Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey song or two.
Oh, really?
But if we didn't, then we were certainly inspired by and covering some offshoots in that direction.
Wasn't Reed in that band?
Yeah, Reed Mathis. Yeah.
Was he bass or
and
guitar?
Brian? I think
bass,
for
right?
I think for JFGO he was bass.
I think he was bass. Yeah.
Yeah, he was bass.
I mean, I don't know. Nathan chime in. I'm just joking, because I know Nathan's still mostly on. Maybe he's asleep, but anyway, yeah. So Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey, yeah.
His puppet's probably watching.
There's nothing to watch.
Yeah, well,
fucking.
There's a little bit of magic with Susan coming on there. I love that you totally guessed that it was her birthday.
I would say that too. What? I guess what?
I love that you guessed that it was her birthday randomly.
I did not guess it was her name on her
well,
name.
Right. Well, right. Or that you supposed it might have been and it happened to have been, which is really cool.
No, honestly, I mean, I am kind of good at guessing birthdays, but that was just her name was right there. It said birthday something.
Yes. Well, I'm making a drink. Well, it was cool to randomly join chat tonight.
Definitely. Definitely. I got a lot of information from the first two guys, the one who, is in Saudi Arabia, and then the other one who wrote the song that was on earlier. So I mostly talked to those guys. Bill, I think,
Yeah.
and Orion.
Orion. That's
Ocean?
right.
Orion or Ocean? Orion, I think.
Orion. Mhm.
Orion and then Bill.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I don't think either of those guys. Well, I don't know. I haven't not met them before. I don't think at Jam Cruise or High Sierra. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I love the way like Nathan at the spot on Jam Cruise. He's just it's chill. I mean, he's just that's just the way he is. He's a very chill dude. He's a great songwriter. And at High Sierra, that was even years and years ago. I don't know. Chill as fuck. Like super, super cool. Surprised me with Mr. Davis stuff with the Barr Brothers. And it was summer. Like it's always 4th of July. But those guys but like it's not that humid or hot in California, but they still wear their suits and everything and look all da-da-da.
Oh, I know. How many Jam Cruises have you been on?
I've been on 4, and
Wow.
I'm not gonna do. I mean, it was like, but I'm not gonna do anymore. I went on like 3 in a row, probably 2011, 2012, 13, 14.
Right.
And then I was like, no more. And then I went on another one like 2018. And then I was like, no more. Because honestly, like I love it. It's great, but I need to mix up my vacations. Like, I'm not swimming in a pool of money. I've got money, but like I'm not swimming in a pool of money.
Yeah.
So it's like, I can't.
So if you choose to do that, then you're choosing not to do something else for sure.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And I've done it like enough to stop doing it. Like I love it.
Right.
But Jazz Fest to me in New Orleans, Jazz Fest to me is the same thing and cheaper, and I love it. And it's the same kind of funk bands at night, the late night shows and stuff. All the late night shows are funk bands. Love it. So I was going there this year, and it got canceled, of course. But
it's cool. I've only been to one jazz fest. I was there in 2008.
You gotta go.
It was great. Yeah, it's great. I love it.
The late night shows are so amazing. It's just like Jam Cruise is the late night Jazz Fest shows are the same as Jam Cruise, basically.
Yeah.
Hi,
That's
new
cool.
neighbor. What's up?
Back.
It's Orion. He's back.
Oh, you look totally different.
He does, yeah, because the angle of the other
just,
camera
get a
was
haircut?
like from below. Yeah, it looked like you didn't have as much hair. That was it. Yeah, he was closer.
Haircut, yeah, and the intervening.
Just joking.
Dip out, quick haircut. I'm back. What's up, y'all?
That's why I really had to leave.
That's great.
Want to leave?
That's great.
Great to to talk to people from the same.
You miss us. You missed us so much. You jumped right back on. We get it.
That's
But
So tell me, do you guys?
we can create a little us group on Facebook.
What are a couple of your favorite Nathan Moore songs?
Oh my God, I love that one. You gotta grow your own. It was like, I guess it's the amusement. You gotta grow your own. Wait, how does it even go? You gotta grow your own. Nathan, how's it go? You gotta grow. You guys know.
Putting that bait out there.
It's about growing your own weed. You gotta grow your own. I feel like I'm going
Nice.
up higher on the your own. I think it might be like, you gotta grow your own.
I think I know the one you're talking about.
And I'm
Though.
like,
Yeah.
you gotta grow your own. Maybe I
wasn't.
just pull it up on my computer. Maybe
I wasn't tuned into the amusement that much while they were together for whatever reason. I was just kind of in different circles. But I was always listening to Nathan Moore's. Yeah.
I had no idea it was Nathan. No, I found out later it was Nathan. I was like, oh, I love that band. I have the CD in my car right now. I still have like CDs in my car. And I'm like, oh my God, I have that CD in my car. And then I was like looking at the label, I'm like, Nathan's in that
It's
band?
so weird thinking back. Like if at the time that I would have been listening to the Musemen, if I knew that they existed, I have no idea where the internet was in that day and age. But as a musician going back, and as we can all just, even as listeners going back, we're similar enough in age, I think. We remember all those transitionary periods where you knew when a group's CD was coming out. Like you knew when a new release was coming and you were ready to buy it, and and you cared and were tuned in enough. And it wasn't just a random thing where like, oh, I haven't listened to a Radiohead in a while. Wow, they got 3 new albums. That's cool. I get to listen to all of them for free. You know, like we didn't have that, man. You either bought the CD.
I'm gonna try to share this with you guys, see if it works. I'm gonna try.
Screen share.
Oh wait, it might not be working. Is it not working?
But at the time, I was tuned into his solo music. But
said the host disabled it. It said the host disabled it. So Nathan, you have to make me the host. You can switch to make me the host.
In order to share your screen?
Yeah, it says the host has disabled screen sharing, but all you have to do is make me the host. There you go. You guys can hear it, right? Can you guys hear it?
Yep.
You have been looking for so long now, but you can't be found in an old sad town. You can't find your smile since you put it down. You can't pave a road to where you're bound. You can stand on your head, but you can't fool around.
You gotta grow your own
and pass it around.
And pass it around.
Only you're just another
Can you see him?
face in the crowd. Hungry you want.
Oh, sorry. Let's go bigger.
Over fertile ground. You want to, but you don't shout out loud.
Are you dying laughing? Isn't this the greatest? I mean, smiling, not laughing, smiling.
You chop down, you gotta grow your own
And pass it around.
and pass it around. While pioneers search for a place to settle down. There's clouds in the
Here we
sky,
go.
dust on evening gowns, like you're underwater, but you just don't drown. But even in the pastures of down, you gotta grow your own and pass it around, and pass it around. You gotta grow your own and pass it around, and pass it around. You gotta grow.
Yes.
All right.
That's a little sampling of one of the reasons we love Nathan. Just a little sampling.
There's so many. There's so. I mean.
Oh, wait, I gotta turn that up. I'm turning that up.
All you got down in there about shit you're excited about.
Oh, wait. Yes, that's Nathan.
1, 2,
Oh, my God. You guys have got to see this. You've got to see this. This is even better. I don't know this. Even better. Wait, you got to see this. Look at
Right
this
now, on the
vest.
count of three, the tape is rolling, and really everybody just give it all you got down in there about shit you're excited about. Think of something to be excited here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, what year did it say it was? It was like New Madrid, Tennessee. What did it say? Anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Can you guys see it or no?
I see you now. I was hearing.
Yep.
I heard like
Uh,
Felicia Ford.
Okay. Looks like Brian, you're sharing something. You want to share something? Were you
Oh,
sharing
actually,
something?
I'm. I have my screen pointed at my desktop, and what I'm trying to do is get the desktop Zoom going, plus
Okay.
my phone. But I can't send any audio just yet.
Oh, who's Keelan? We don't even know him.
Oh, no, her. I think.
Him. I think him.
Hello.
Him.
Oh, him. Oh, yes. I see
Can
Keelan
you
now.
hear us?
Hi,
Hi,
Keelan. What's up?
hi, Ryan.
hear you.
Hi, Brian Holt. Hi.
What's up, Keelan?
I'm Jane.
Hi
Hi. How's it going? Well, we've been here for a while. Welcome, new member. We're just playing some the amusement songs. Do you know some of the amusement songs? Keenan?
Or Nathan Moore songs.
I know Dead Air. Welcome on the hippie fiasco. It's part of the charm of the show. But to go back to the original, one of the songs that really hooked me in the very beginning.
That it was welcome.
Go ahead, Orion.
Oh, I was saying what the original question is. What are some of your favorite songs?
Yeah.
And so prolific. Nathan Moore, of course, is so prolific, and Amusement had so many albums, and he worked with Davis, Surprising Mr. Davis, and but one of I guess about 20 years. One that really got in deep with me was his adaptation of the W.B. Yeats poem, Song of the Wandering Angus. It's the one that I've always requested. The greatest poems ever written, and he did this amazing musical adaptation of it that he's played throughout the years. So that's one for me. Understand Under, the lyrics, the way that moves.
Can we find it, like, to play it? Could you find it, share it?
That's a really special line. I feel the same way about that one, Orion.
Yeah, that's anthem. You know, that's OG troubadour anthem. But
Brian, someone else is being you.
I'm here twice.
Somebody thinks
twice.
they're gonna fool us pretending to be you, but we know better.
Well, we'll see how this works.
Or do we?
So,
Nathan said sound isn't so good with the screen shares. Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just like put your microphone on?
Yes.
It'll sound better if you put your video on. This is Nathan talking. I did not know Nathan was not joining.
Yeah, his way. He shows up.
It's a great experiment.
No, he's funny.
He said, let's see what happens, right?
What about Chad Galactic?
Oh, he's there listening, I guarantee you.
By the way, Nathan, what's so fine about the print? What's so fine about the print? What is Chad Galactic doing? that's how I also know this, guys.
It's quite a
So-
network. It's a national network. People-
High Sierra. There was like High Sierra very, very many, well, I don't know, 2004, 2003, 2, I don't know. It was High Sierra quite a while ago. And that is when I met Chad Galactic. We definitely were hiding a blow up alien together. But it's like the long and short of it was like, oh no, I don't have that blow up alien. No.
You-
I don't have that blow
We
up.
were
sounds-
definitely hiding a blow up alien together. I love that. That's
Yeah,
classic.
that sounds like Chad to me. He's
But,
been my
I mean,
friend for
but
a
I was
long
like-
time.
But I
Opening
was
sentence
but,
to a long tale, an adventure.
but
I'll tell you about Chad
like-
Galactic. We were definitely hiding a blow up alien together.
But that's really how we bonded to be like, we
That
could
is so
definitely
awesome.
be on The Amazing Race together because we're so good at this.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So at the very end of the whole thing, I had hit it like we were on the same hiding it together. But by the end, I was like, I hit it from him. Like I was just like, I'm done. We're not doing this anymore. And then I hid in a place and it was gone. He's like, I can't find it anymore. I can't find it. It's like gone. I can't find it. Like somebody took it. I can't find it. I'm like, I think it's probably totally fine. He's like, no, where we put it, it's gone. Like where we put it, it's gone. And I'm like, oh, I got it. It's fine. And he's like, yeah. I went, we'll find it tomorrow. So anyway, that's how we became friends.
So this is my favorite song.
I love it. Can you play it? So Close to Dreams. I love it.
I am testing, but I do not think
You can
It
mute all of us
is-
for sure. In your
the
best.
thing is. Let's see here, audio.
Great, Phil.
Oh, we have a little Chopin.
Do we?
I love it.
Real good.
Let's see, what the hell?
That sounds great.
Join audio by computer. That's not me though. I don't believe.
Just you can mute
Um,
all of us and then just play it.
Well, the thing is, so what I've got going on is, what I'll do is,
Somebody else can play it. Yeah,
that's Nathan playing that for us.
Nathan
So
won't
what
like
so
the
what I
way-
was
he'll think
doing,
it sounds bad.
what I was trying to do is I'm connected by my microphone on my my iPhone. That's how I've joined. And then the second Brian Holt that joined was me pulling up on the desktop and trying to share the audio and the screen from there. But I just don't yet have a camera set up to my.
I'm flying an airplane.
Nice.
You're in an airplane right now.
Yes, indeed. That is awesome.
That's what Chad said the last time you saw me on here.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god.
That my teeth are sparkly.
Okay.
And that's Isla Vista circa 1992 behind me.
It is which island?
Isla Vista, it's a little UCSB. That's a big old party. I think that's Evil Farmer playing, which is probably one of the best bands ever to come out of Isla Vista.
Well, tell me UCSB. UCSB could stand for a lot of different things. so which
University
one?
of California, Santa Barbara, my bad.
That's actually what I was thinking, but I was thinking it was an island you were talking about. So it was like Santa Barbara wouldn't be like a tropical island.
Well, the little student ghetto is known as Isla Vista.
Oh, true. I live in a really wonderful place that does not have islands, but it's a kick-ass place that has tons of music and culture. It's called St. Louis, Missouri, but it does not have islands, but it has a lot of culture. Nobody likes
All right, so Melissa wants me to tell a story about High Sierra. You want me to tell a story about High Sierra, Melissa?
I can tell. Yeah, tell them. Definitely tell them about
I can tell lots of stories about High Sierra. My favorite one happened just last year, right? And so High Sierra is like the reason I keep going back to it for 20 some odd years is
High
because
Sierra is the best festival ever. Yeah.
the reason I keep going back is because all these like serendipitous little coinky dinks happen there. And I'll explain one that happened just last year. So there was a secret show at somebody's campsite where Big Light, the band Big Light, was kind of getting back together and having this little reunion show. So we all sort of meandered over to this RV, and Big Light started playing their gig, and suddenly, through no connection or nobody knows how exactly, but the main light guy, the main light LD of the main stage, turned on all these giant lights, like just lighting up the whole sky.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Like right over the top of them, a band called Big Light. It was really kind of special for those who like knew what the correlation was. It was just neat.
But it was after the festival. It was like not at all when it would have normally happened, right?
No, it was during the festival.
Okay, got you. But wouldn't that have happened during the festival?
During the festival, it was, I think, Saturday night or Sunday night. I'm not. That's a little foggy. Which night it was?
But anyway, it wasn't. Yeah, it was weird, but it wasn't like crazy because it was like during the festival, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was just serendipitous.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? It's
Sure.
like
Yeah.
little things just happen there
Yeah,
that are just
yeah.
magic, absolute
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah. Okay, got you. It's a magical festival. It really is. I feel like I've been there like 3 times, and I feel like the crazy shit happens. Like people are riding around these like mobiles that they make. Have you been there where like Jamie Janifer has his Realms mobile and he's driving around? People are just like cruising around playing like their instruments on his little kind of 3-wheeler tricycle, bigger tricycle, kind of pickup truck type tricycle thing. You know?
Yeah, I've seen Jamie on his little drum track for sure.
It's his Realms mobile, but I'm like, it's like a kind of like pickup truck tricycle, you know?
Yeah, go for it, Nathan. Go for it. He's got a good High Sierra video he wants to play.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Thanks, Nathan. Sharing your screen, buddy?
Just gotta share it.
You gotta do share
Gotta be
screen.
bigger.
You gotta do. Oh yeah, pin. We
Oh
can
my
pin
God.
your video.
I think I was just in that.
Everyone pin his video. Pin.
You were just in that. Nice.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I did that thing. Post a picture.
All right, tune them things up. Let's hear them, man. Yeah. Yeah. There's plenty more coming around, man. Oh, you guys are good.
Everything about you is money. I wanna take you to a sunny place. We won't leave a trace. You got the sweet little song that got my heart pumping. sipping on Mio. Come a little closer, I'm a Leo. I wanna take you to the Rio Grande, sleep in the sand. Oh, come on, pretty mama, let me take your hand. With the weather, rain or shine, I wanna know whether you'll be mine. I'm looking out my window and you're looking fine in your Sunday bed. Oh, honey, everything about you is money. I wanna take you to a sunny place. You won't even trace it. Got your sweet little something got my heart. Everything about you is money. I wanna take you to the sunny place. We won't leave a trace. You got a sweet little something. Won't leave a trace. You got a sweet little something. Got my heart.
I guess I'll email Nathan and ask him that question. That was awesome. That was great.
Yeah, not impressed with Zoom's audio though. You know.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
Yeah, it definitely compresses everything. Whoa, infinite.
It definitely.
Live stream.
We had to do like a VO the other day, like a voiceover for like a training video that we had to do over Zoom, and I was like, does everything sound completely
Oh yeah, that's bad.
know? Yeah, and our editor was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a little bit off, and I'm like, it's really then it's very tricky for like,
do you do much ADR work or contract much ADR work, Jane?
We do from time to time, so I wouldn't say much, but definitely give me your information. Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
Send me your
I don't do a lot of ADR, actual ADR recording, but
any
I do
kind of sound stuff you might do, send it to me, because you never
sure. Yeah, but what I am fully set up to do is dialogue cleaning and editing and music editing. And
do you do video editing or audio editing? Or
only audio, everything audio. So I'm either scoring music for film, or I'm doing sound and post audio, which is typically dialogue cleanup, compression, EQ, getting all the sound design in behind, whether it's a film or sometimes they're let's do some corporate video work. But a lot of times they can't be bothered to get the right sound or the right clip to something. You just need someone real quick who's got access to libraries and just knocks that kind of thing out. But yeah, I'll send you my info.
No, we actually like we absolutely need that guy who we can be like, this sounds too corporate for us, but the client's gonna like exactly how corporate it sounds. But let's just like let's add a little not so corporate to it, without the
Or-
client
or-
even like.
Or if in fact you do have the ABR that comes in or the voiceover work from somebody, and you're like, oh my God, it's too
not
dirty. I don't
right.
know.
It's
Like
not
you can hear
right.
the
Yeah.
reverb in the room. A lot of times the major problem that a lot of people will find, especially in kind of corporate video world, is someone will send in a vocal or a voiceover part or a narration. And you'll
Always.
hear their room.
Oh
So
no!
you'll
Thank
hear.
God. No, thank God our people don't. No, that's not a problem for us. Thank
Yeah.
God.
So sometimes that's, fix all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
We use like Studio Center in New York usually for the voice talent, and then
Nice,
we usually
nice.
use this guy. Like we use Cool Fire in St. Louis for like most of the editing and like audio.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
All right.
yeah, I mean they're
Cool.
they're both very professional. However, if we have a fix or something, of course, like it would be better to talk to someone who could do it quicker. Like just
Yeah, you bet. Small stuff.
and we have budget. I mean, they're not huge budgets, but they're reasonable.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, for me, the man, my favorite Nathan Moore song is definitely "So Close to Dreams."
They're gonna play
It's
it.
just so I hadn't figured out how to get the audio from my second stream. We'll see. Yeah, I can try it. See what happens. So that's there. See if it picks up audio now.
I'm seeing like in his own worlds is like showing. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it's not sending the audio. I figured that was going to be an issue since I'm not completely set up yet.
Well,
That's
I can
no big
share
deal.
mine, but just tell me what it's called.
Oh yeah, you should play that. Yeah.
Well, tell, like I just find it on
So
YouTube, or where
close.
do I find it?
It's
Spotify?
yeah, so close. Yeah, Spotify. So Close to Dreams from In His Own Worlds. Yeah, man, that's the one right there.
You think Spotify?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
Little boy
Yeah.
thinks he's Superman, and he almost can fly. When he takes his toy truck and drives it through the sand, boy moves mountains with his little hand. And the world really is magic. Nothing could be clearer. Nothing could be clearer. There's somebody says no, it's all a trick. Done with smoking mirrors, cigarettes and makeup last call. Whenever a man is down upon his knees, more than likely he's praying for redemption. When a little boy prays unto the Lord, he can almost hear the Lord listening. And the world really is magic. Nothing could be clearer. Nothing could be clearer. There's somebody says no, it's all true. Done with smoking mirrors, cigarettes and makeup last call. Thinks he's Superman. Really almost can. He almost can fly. So close to dream. So far from try. And I'm that little boy again. Every once in a while. And the world really is magic. Nothing could be clearer. Nothing could be clearer. Then somebody says no, it's all a trick. Done with smoking mirrors, cigarettes and makeup last call.
That is so good. That one is so good. What do you guys want to hear before I just start all of a sudden play another one real? It'll jump to another one if you go. Look at it's already jumping in a thread. What do you guys want to hear?
What's it playing? What is that?
It was playing Thread, but I mean, not that Thread's not a good song. It is a very good song. I was
Sure.
just wondering if anyone would hear a different one.
You know, it'd be interesting. What did he?
Well, we're in the month of May. Do you guys want to listen to the month of May? Because it's very timely.
That's a good one.
I mean, it's so timely.
Yeah, sure.
Some may say I was chasing my tail and it got away. Therefore I fail. What they don't know is what they can't see. I'm not chasing my tail, it's chasing me, said the dog to the flea. On a summer's day, oh glory be, the month of May. Every time I shed a tear, you get stronger, you come near. When the sky is blue, the way you run, I see myself in you. As I reach for the sun, see the willow tree, to the waterway, oh glory be, the month of May. So you land on me, and you take what's sweet, and you fly off like we never did meet. You say you don't mind, that's all you need. That wherever you find, you take my seat, it's a flower to the beat. On a summer's day, oh glory be, the month of May, the willow tree, to the waterway, oh glory be, the month of May, dog to flee. On a summer's day, oh glory be, the month of May.
Yeah. Awesome. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
And then 9 to 5 suicide, and then whatever you guys want. Just come on, 9 to 5 suicide. It's so timely.
Which one is that?
9 to 5 suicide.
Oh yeah.
Thought about suicide this morning.
Oh, it's so funny and real.
Just woke up and I'm warning you, don't get too close. It's a stupid situation. City sleep in desperation, living in my clothes. And I don't think I was made to break. And I don't think I'll get paid. I'm a fake. And it doesn't help to cry, for heaven's sake. It doesn't help to die a little every day. Could this light get more boring? The nightlife woke me with its snoring. Seems like the cops run the disco. I thought about a 9 to 5 suicide. I broke down and cried as an angel sang, don't go, don't go, don't go. And I don't think I was made to break.
Okay, there we go.
And I don't think I'll get paid.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, man.
All right, cool.
And it doesn't help to cry, for heaven's sake. It doesn't help to die a little every day. So I put on my makeup and I walk out the door. So many ways to score. I need a straight to shake up, someone to sweep me off the floor, just to be sure. 'Cause I don't think I was made to break. And I don't think I get paid. I'm a fake. And it doesn't help to cry, for heaven's sake. It doesn't help to die a little every day.
Okay,
Nice.
I'm gonna do a little pause, and then someone else can share whatever they want to share, or I can share. Or you guys can talk about whatever.
So I will just share the visual since I can't take the audio from it for whatever reason yet. Just wanted to say, Nathan, been helping you out the last day and a half here. I think I got about 35 hours of Happy Hippie Fiasco Rides Again YouTube hours in to get you closer to your 4,000. So
Oh my god, that's awesome.
that's on the background on mute, my man. Blowing those hours up. It'll be fun to see that transition. It's been actually cool to ride along the last couple of weeks, and we've all seen people streaming live and making different choices and kind of adjusting and pivoting, and the learning curve of all of that.
Yeah, tell us more. We're
The
pretty new to
Ecamm
this whole
woes and the
thing.
OBS memories, and yeah, we're all figuring it out.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you've learned anything in the last few days that we could learn from, we're all ears.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, just like there's been a little, as he calls it, a new part to the plane every couple days, a new wing and a new
Okay.
direction, and
Good to know.
yeah,
Good to know. Good to know.
yep, lots of little challenges. Getting all that.
Nuances.
Little meta here.
Yeah, just joking. Oh, good. You put them in there? You got someone going
a little
meta?
hippie fiasco inside and hippie fiasco.
Is that actually Nathan's or is that Brian's?
No, that's
Is
Brian.
that Brian's or Nathan's?
That's my second one, or that's my first one. Playing, showing you screen. Yeah, I'm just playing in the background, getting in some
It's Brian.
YouTube hours. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, perfect. But I thought it was actually kind of Nathan saying he was being meta.
No.
I don't need to share the stuff. So yeah, okay, who else wants to play some stuff? I guess you want Keelan or Brian? Brian, whose sound is bad? Both of yours?
I'm on phone, so I can't screen share.
Okay.
I just mute out because I don't want to interrupt or do anything like that. But I know this is a family show, so most of my High Sierra stories were kind of not appropriate for a family show.
When did you start going, Keelan? When did you start going to High Sierra?
1998.
Okay, cool. So I think I started in like 2001. Like 2001, 2003, 2002, 2003, 2004. Like I went for like a few years in a row and then didn't go back. So I think it was 2001 or 2002. But yeah.
Cool. I went to 98, 99, and then took a few years break and came back in 2002, and then went straight every year all the way until 2008. Took a strange year off that was a fire year, and then 2009 until now I've been every year, and this is my first shutdown by a virus. That's for sure.
I'm sure. Hey Coco, what's up, Coco?
Yes, Jay.
How are ya?
I'm good.
Good to see you. What?
That's your brother's toy gun.
Okay, I was wondering. That doesn't make it any better.
To introduce weaponized made in China plastic.
Yeah. Oh no, the kids are getting all ready.
More?
Orion. I don't feel Orion and Coco. I feel like you guys are very, very peaceful.
We are. We're Earth lovers. We're Red Sea rovers.
Same
nice.
Here. Yeah.
You guys homeschooling right now?
We are. We have been. Yeah, we just finished.
She says no. You say yes. Yes. She's like, no. I learned everything from nature.
Coco is the Rick Riordan Percy Jackson series, and we traveled to Greece. We went to Athens this last Christmas.
Oh, lovely.
Coco,
yeah.
Connected with Greek mythology and Gaia theory. We love the earth. Is our mother and takes care of us, and we have to take care of her. We talk about it all.
Yeah.
And you have anything you want to say?
Yes. I love the Rick Riordan books. They are, and my cousin Lucy has more Percy Jackson, but unfortunately Dee Dee, despite his keen eye.
Are you putting in an order for books? Are you putting in an order for books right now?
You want to get in a book order, Coco? A book order?
Did you just put in a book order? You little silly pants.
You need to go. Yeah, Coco, you go. You guys have to go eat breakfast. What I miss?
Well, we were playing some music. We were definitely, everyone was like, were you not on when people were like listening to the more recent one, the more recent Nathan Moore one, the hippie fiasco one?
Uh-huh.
I think people were like picking their songs they like the most from that one, which is very recent, I think. You tell me, Keelan, wasn't that very recent?
What
was very recent?
The album we were just playing.
No, that was
that's not recent.
Like 2 years ago, right?
No, that would have been like, I'll tell you exactly when that was. That was
more recent than the amusement, right?
yeah, I think so actually.
No, the amusement was forever ago. I found it in my car and I was like, oh my God, I didn't even realize this is Nathan Moore. I love this CD.
We were listening to the album In His Own Words. That was from 13 years ago, 2007. Yeah.
Oh, so a recent one.
Time flies.
Surprisingly, I'm not a grandma.
Nathan, if we wanted to dial up your most recent album on Spotify, it would still be 9 years old.
Oh, if only
I'm thinking there might be some new
chat.
material one of these days.
You could maybe do it in the chat.
What a great picture that is. My background.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Can we undo his mute?
Oh, sorry.
Who is
we
the
do
host?
not have the power.
Whoever's the host can undo his mute.
Who's mute?
Oh.
Nathan.
Tricky.
Nathan's wanting to peep right now. That's fine.
I wish I could hear this surprise from Mr. Davis that I have on the screen right now.
We want to peep on him. He's not trying to peep on us. We're trying to peep on him.
Well, he's flipping the script tonight. I mean, I can accept that. So you're in St. Louis. I have some friends that live in St. Louis, Ladue, and that whole neighborhood. And
I grew up in New City, which is close to Ladue.
They totally grew up there, and now one of them owns a big time music recording studio.
Yeah. Is it Nate Hershey or Nate Perianti? Which one? Or Landau? Is it one of the Landaus?
No, it's called Fat Buddha.
Fat Buddha. It's Fat Buddha though, right?
Fat Buddha, yep.
So it's Mike Landau. It's Mike Landau.
Bradley Goldenberg, actually.
But he's buddies with Mike Landau because Mike Landau says he owns it.
Well, there might be a few people that own it,
right?
Partnership.
Absolutely, and I know Fat Buddha very well, and we have tons of great music in St. Louis. So whenever you're in town, look for me. We'll definitely 10 or 12 foot distance. We're not doing anything now, right?
Honestly, I can't remember the last time I was ever in St. Louis.
Okay, honestly, I have to tell you, this is the best surprise in the world. St. Louis is amazing. St. Louis is like New Orleans. St. Louis is just like New Orleans, but not as
really.
Yeah. Our music scene is insane. Our music scene and our food scene, it's insane. It's so great. So don't tell anyone.
Well, good to know.
Because our cost of living is great. So don't tell anyone.
Okay. So what other pictures should I share?
This
is a good one.
Has all that.
Why what?
Why doesn't the St. Louis Chamber of Commerce advertise all of that? Why don't we know that? Why doesn't that come across?
There's the county and the city. There's this weird thing between the county and the city is so kick ass, and the county kind of sucks ass. The county is like any fucking mall you'd see. Like the county is basically what you would see anywhere in the world. Like, oh, and we've got our this
cookie cutter. completely
whatever. Yeah, it's like this
corporate.
grocery store and this
Yeah.
Target and this, whatever, Macy's and this. Yeah, it's all of that. But the city's different. The city's
Gotta
very
have your Applebee's and your Walmart and everything else, huh?
all that in the county. But in
Yeah.
the city, we've got a ton of stuff in the city, and it's so great. So much music and so much food, drink, breweries, whatever. Like there's the zoo, the art museum, the botanical garden, all of it, everything. So it's really, and I bought this house we live in now, almost 20 years ago. So I bought it like almost 20 years ago. So like for nothing, but you could still buy a house for nothing here, and it's going to be like hardwood. It's going to be like wood floors, brick house. I mean, it's going to be like very, very like in the city of St. Louis, maybe brick house with solid wood floors. It's just, I don't know.
So are you saying that St. Louis real estate is still reasonable, or it was reasonable for a time?
It is still reasonable. It is. It's gonna change pretty soon once everybody figures out like you can actually live here, but and like be in a band. Like a lot of actually quite a few musicians have moved back to St. Louis like after leaving St. Louis because they're like, well, I'm going to travel anyway, so like why would I not just have a house here that I could have for like rent you can do here for $800 a month or something. A house you can do mortgage you can do here for like $1,200, $1,400 a month. Like,
yeah, that's decent.
Yeah, totally different.
Except
totally.
It's cold.
It doesn't get that cold. It was 80 today. It was 80 today. It's
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that cold. It's not that cold.
It was here as well. Yeah.
I'm busy putting up High Sierra pictures left and right.
Well, so you get to
those are cool, man.
Everywhere.
So that's Chad Galactic and me.
Oh, which one's Chad in that picture?
Look
right
at it.
there in the middle.
Who do you think that is?
Well, I can't see it that well. I have to zoom and I have to pin it.
The crazy Zen hippie holding his chest.
Oh my God. Is that at High Sierra?
Does it look like it?
Absolutely. It looks 100% like High Sierra.
Yeah, and I'm in my Jesus robes. He wasn't feeling well at that point, and we fixed him right up.
Is that you in the robe?
That is me in the robe.
Well, then obviously you're a healer. I can tell. Obviously, you're a healer.
Nah.
It looks like a postmodern upper.
No, you're definitely a freaking healer, dude.
There's a lot going on in that picture.
I mean, besides the wonderfully clean acid. I mean, I feel like
I wouldn't know anything about that. What's that?
Thank God it's not like what it used to be. How not clean it used to be.
Well, yeah. It's just
you
not
guys,
as.
you guys
It's
look
just.
like best buddies.
It's just not as strong as it used to be. Is what it is.
It's strong in a different way. It's like
No.
intense as it needs to be.
Well, I mean, I've always taken the cleanest of the clean. So
I used to take, I probably had some dumpster junk.
So I haven't. I've been very, very mindful and intentful about that whole situation. And for example, I've been eating off the same crystal for the last 23 years, actually.
Oh my God. Is this Keelan talking or Brian talking?
That's me.
Keelan or Brian?
Keelan.
Okay.
I'm
That's
trying
amazing.
to I'm trying to be informative, but sort of not directly talking about things.
No. Oh God, no one cares. But like,
what I said is I've been on the
who
same.
was talking.
What I said was I've been on the same crystal for the past 23 years.
Yeah, I heard that part, but your picture, like, I didn't see you in the picture.
Oh, because I'm hiding so you can see Chad and
Got it.
the big smile on his face and all that. And I have a bigger monitor over here. So I'm not,
all of that stuff.
so when I sit back, you can see me.
Yeah, see ya. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. It's looks different.
This is another one from when we did the Pickin' Porch.
Brian Holt, you just have a huge screen in your living room or something?
I'm in my my studio position.
That's
You
that
have
one.
a huge screen in your studio position.
Not that big. I just have the camera in front of it.
Okay, well,
Very nice. Very
Little
nice.
JFJO show.
couldn't tell whose it was at first.
Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey. I wish I could play the audio.
But like, what happened? Were you guys on when Reed was on earlier and then he jumped off?
Yeah, he was.
What happened? What did we do? I guess we bored him.
Oh, he was.
No,
he was.
I think he just showed up to play for a while and be present, and hang out.
He didn't even play. He never even played. He just jumped.
Well,
off.
he was playing the whole time. He just didn't have his audio.
We couldn't
unmuted.
hear him. Yeah. Okay.
This is true. We couldn't hear him.
Who is
I
saying?
think-
Who's making all this sense?
I think he just showed up to kind of like be gathered with us, and
Brian
at the same
talking?
time, it is me.
Good.
Yeah,
Jane,
I think Reed just
Jane-
showed up to gather with us and like play and not bother us and just play in the background and hang out.
There was
Totally.
no.
He was like, "I'm good. I'm out."
Nothing.
Well, yeah, he had it muted.
So you can tile everybody across your screen if you want to.
I'm doing gallery view for sure.
Right. Oh,
Yeah,
but you're
I'm
on a
doing
little.
gallery view, but
You're on a
even during
little
gallery
laptop.
view, Brian wasn't in gallery view. It was like some arcade game weird thing he was at.
Well, Brian has two.
Yeah, I have two running. So the
But he has one that has nothing on it and one that has like arcade game.
Oh, what are you playing? What are you playing, Brian?
no, I'm not playing anything. What I was trying to do is I have the Zoom Live on my phone.
Right.
And I don't have my computer set up, my studio computer set up yet to broadcast with microphone and webcam.
Gotcha. Me neither.
So I brought up a second feed. And that's what you're. That's
I'm
what
low
you're seeing
tech.
the infinite window of. So you're seeing my full screen and then
I can play
going into-
songs. But yeah, I don't have like. If you guys want to actually play instruments, I can play just existing stuff. But if you guys are trying to play instruments, that's awesome.
Instruments? What?
You guys are
Anybody
trying to
play
get
anything?
jams. That's great.
I don't want to make Nathan too stoked, but you know,
I mean, I've got a whole.
there
bucket
are
of
things we
instruments.
can.
I've got
do.
the frog and the fish. I mean, I'm gonna definitely either do the frog or the fish. I don't care. You guys tell me the frog or the fish. One of them is going to town.
Somebody's got to play something though, because the formula of the show.
Oh, who's
Uh-oh.
Melissa?
Trouble.
Oh my god, I have a best friend named Melissa who plays the frog and the fish. Oh my god, I hope it's her. Oh my god, this would be so good. It's not. I'm sure it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Brian.
What's up, Melissa?
Brian, text me.
Talk to you,
Somebody
Jay.
has.
Yeah, text me,
Somebody-
Brian. Text me.
Are you gonna speak, Melissa?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Somebody.
We have
Somebody.
a new Melissa, a new friend joining.
Oh.
Except it's not Melissa.
Play an instrument. Somebody has to play a song.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
it working?
Melissa, a new friend joining. I think it is, right? I think it is. Yes, it is.
Instrument. Somebody has to play a song.
Why would it not be?
Whoa, lag.
Brian.
Yeah.
It is, right? I think it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, no, it is. Why would it not be?
Whoa, lag.
Brian.
Yeah.
I don't.
Wow.
This is so weird.
Oh, Melissa, you need to mute Facebook.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Mute.
She's watching the stream while she's streaming.
Yeah, mute Facebook, Melissa.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't looked at Facebook for a long time. Is it happening over there?
Anybody who's still in Facebook, you need to mute it, or it'll duplex.
I don't know what's
Yeah.
happening. I've never done this before.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Have you
just
tried
letting
to
you know.
Please.
Oh, I haven't looked at Facebook for a long time. Is it happening over there?
Anybody who's going to, but you need to mute it or it'll duplex.
I don't know what's
Oh,
happening. I've never done
okay.
I'm just like,
Stepping away here for a bit.
Oh my god, it's so
Okay.
embarrassing.
I think I figured it out. Is that better?
It's good. I think it's much better. It was funny. It was, hey girl, what's up?
Hello. Oh, the
How
light's
are you?
not very good. I should turn some more lights on, huh?
Yeah, we can't see you very well.
I'll be right back. Is that better? Okay, can you guys
Yeah, up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I guess it was the hat, not the lights.
there you go.
Melissa, where are you? Where are you
New York.
calling us from? Joining this
New York.
really great party from?
New York.
Oh, which part?
I'd rather not say like
Upstate, in the midst of it, in the junk.
right now I'm just north of New York City.
Okay, I hope
The Hudson
you're
Valley.
closer to Harlem. I
Valley.
hope you're closer to Harlem.
Yeah, it's like an hour from Harlem.
Oh, I love Harlem.
But I was just in New York City and I just got back. Oh, my dog wants to say hi.
Hi, Bussy. Is it
That's my dog.
Bussy? Is your dog's name Bussy?
No, his name's Banjo.
Hey, Banjo.
But
I could tell it was a B, but I wasn't sure which B.
Yeah. So I just got back from Brooklyn and it was super fun.
Tonight, are they not socially distancing?
Well, it depends what your definition of socially distancing is. I mean,
Getting the fuck away from everyone?
Now the New
a lot
Yorkers.
of people in New York City, like they can't just get away from everybody.
It's like
I really
social-
have
We hung
not-
out on a roof, which was awesome.
Yeah,
So
I
we
haven't
could,
been
like, up above.
near anyone but my husband for like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah,
and weeks.
I hadn't seen anyone that I knew before the month of March until Wednesday for almost 2 months.
So what made your decision switch that you were like, oh, it's okay now?
we're
'Cause
still on.
That's
we're still
that's
on
what's
that
going
plan.
on. Like I just went to a bar for the first time since March 14th.
Oh, dude, I haven't gone. No, I have not gone to a bar since March 13th. Yeah, March 13th. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was great. Everybody's super excited because it's spring. It's not cold anymore.
You can't. But you went to a bar today?
I did. It was awesome. The patio was open. You could smoke cigarettes. Everybody was so excited and happy.
No,
It was like
no,
a
no,
holiday.
no, 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 no. It's not gone. It's not gone. What the fuck are you people doing? Where do you live?
New York, the Empire State.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're just
I've
like
been to St. Louis. I really like the Arch.
St. Louis is
Arch
great. Thank you. We're great. Thank you. We know. But like, oh my god.
Yeah, but
what are you doing?
the blues.
Anyway, New York is much different than Missouri. It's not the Midwest.
It's so much more people on top of each other, condensed, like people all over each other, like disease, so many more numbers of
Well,
COVID cases.
I saw a lot of people and nobody was sick. Nobody had a disease. We went to the park.
Here's the deal. You don't know when they do. You don't know. Like, you don't know when they do.
It was great. It was very normal.
Are you wearing your mask?
At times, but I smoke cigarettes. So when I'm smoking, I can't wear a mask. But
As soon as you don't smoke, do you wear your mask? I don't know. I just don't feel like people are taking it seriously, but it's cool. Whatever. Let's talk about other things. It's cool.
I mean, it's not that people aren't taking it seriously. I feel like in New York, it's been a 2-month thing. And now places are opening back up. They were all shut down. There's a lot of commercial businesses here that need to, I mean, rent in New York is very expensive, much more so than Missouri.
Absolutely.
And so for small businesses like bars and restaurants, and especially live music venues,
And
they're
musical
really
theaters.
struggling to like
Well,
pay their
yeah,
rent
of course
stay
they need to,
afloat.
but they can't like be killing people. But of course they need to
No,
open up.
they're not killing people.
I know.
And it's very civilized, and people are being very friendly and polite and very neighborly. I now know my neighbors a lot better. And yeah, I think things are pretty good.
Cool.
And I think that, as we all know, the news media likes to blow things out of proportion. But yeah, it's not, Night of the Walking Dead in New York City at all.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah.
Really good to hear.
Well, it is in California.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think California has the worst of
Oh,
it,
there's zombies walking all around constantly.
especially in San Francisco.
Seriously.
You know, viruses are not alive and they're not dead. They are zombies. The zombie apocalypse has been underway. I think another metaphor for a zombie, though, is a closed mind, a mind that is made up. And if we accept that as a useful metaphor, then the zombie apocalypse has been underway really since the beginning of time. And it's in these little islands and in these little spaces in between that we find that we can have these discussions, and we find thinking people with open minds and open hearts, and
Exactly.
who are willing
And just so like what I said isn't misinterpreted, for the past 2 months, I mean, I know for me and most people I know, we've all been socially isolating. And
Absolutely.
like I even went as far as I used to live with another person, and we socially isolated from each other in separate places. And
Yeah.
I've been getting a lot more work done because I don't have the distraction of socializing with people anymore, except for over the phone or through Facebook.
Do you have the kind of job where they try to make you go into the office, or no?
No, I don't work in an office.
Yeah, good.
No, I'm self-employed right now, so
Good.
I'm an artist, a visual artist, not make music, and so I've been working really hard, painting and.
Who makes big face Burning Man sculptures?
I would love to see your. Yeah, I would love to see your.
I used to make really big metal sculptures with fire effects for music festivals.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
But
I would never call Burning Man a music festival.
No, it's
it's a mind transformational festival. It's like a mind transforming festival.
Well, the premise of, I don't really want to make this about Burning Man, but the premise of Burning Man is about art. Because most festivals are about music.
You guys know Alexis Tucci, who lives in St. Louis, and she does like her discos and stuff at Burning Man. She does like a bunch of discos, like, middle of the night discos.
There's a lot of people that go.
She's awesome.
Just like High Sierra. So we were talking about High Sierra. I used to do ambiance crew at High Sierra, which means
I know the ambiance crew, and I was like in awe of the ambiance crew because I was like, these sisters fucking know what's up.
Yeah, it was super fun. I did it for a bunch of years.
Yeah, I'm like, these
man,
girls
there's
are just like making sure that your ambiance is all.
Hey, there's like 3 guys on that crew.
I never saw them in the bathroom handing me tampons.
He knows more than the average person.
They never handed me tampons in the bathroom like the girls do.
There's like 3 guys on that crew. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, it's fun.
Anyway,
like,
I mean, those guys are awesome.
And we get to see, like, as far as High Sierra goes, what's cool about ambiance is we get there first. The only other people who are there are who do the trussing for the stages. So, like, when I get to Quincy, it just looks like an empty field.
Side ups.
I love it. I love that festival
and
so much.
we have to live in the beef barn, which is by the dog stage.
And it does smell like cow shit.
Everybody
really
has like different areas that they do. Like I did the High Sierra Music Hall and the grandstand.
Oh
And
yeah,
then, certain people do vaudeville or the Funk and Jam House.
sure. Yeah.
But
No, I love I like the smaller ones a lot. You know, like the big stage is always like, oh yeah, of course, like Michael Fronte is gonna be there.
surprised me Mr. Davis played on the grandstand a bunch.
But not always. I mean, like
They sure did.
earlier in the day. I haven't been
But
there in
then
a
they play the
while. I
late
haven't been
night
there in
inside.
years. What time do they play now? Because like I haven't been there in years.
Surprise me, Mr. Davis. The last time they opened. Well, I guess it was they opened for ALO's late night, so that would be at about 10:30, and then they had
on the main stage. On the main stage.
Okay, they had like a 5 p.m. sunset set on the main stage.
Okay, but like, I mean, they're freaking amazing, and they would close out like the barn.
Basically, you couldn't get any better.
I know, but I was like, they're not the headliner. Like I know they used to play earlier in the day, back in the day.
Well,
Awesome.
here's something that I find interesting, and I know Keelan would probably find interesting. So the first time I went to High Sierra was to see my friend from college's band called The Slip. And
well, Brad Barr and Andrew Barr and Mark Friedman, yeah.
Although, did you know that Mark Friedman isn't even the original bass player? There used to be a guy named Adam.
I think Adam was like in the band for like not very long at all. I don't think Adam was in the band. Like, Nathan's gonna have to tell us, but I think Adam was barely in the band.
Oh geez. Well, it doesn't matter. When they got big, Mark was always the bass player.
No.
Flip was a high school
before they got big. Mark was the bass player. Way before they got big, Mark was the bass player. So I don't know who this other guy is. So I don't know.
he was like.
No, I know of him, but I've never heard any of his licks. Have you heard any of his bass licks? Because I haven't heard.
What's up, Mr. Sam Chase?
Forget I said it. Never mind. But anyway, The Slip used to be a high school band. Did you know that?
I know they're the greatest. They're like a little older than high school. I feel like they're like late high school, early college.
Nope. I think it was 19. I don't know. You'd have to ask Brad, but I think they
years active 1996 to 2012, and then 2015 to present.
Google that shit, Brian.
No. But you got, I mean, the kids, like the Barr brothers. Okay, so their dad, like the Barr brothers, their dad was always into music. So those boys were always playing guitars around the house. So those guys have been a band since they were little kids, since they were born, I think.
You're right. I agree.
Because their dad and their parents, they're musicals. So they've always been the Barr brothers, always. But they played in the band The Slip before they had the band The Barr brothers.
Correct.
They've always played music together.
Let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you this, since we have this particular brain trust together. Hey, Sam Chase. How are you, man?
Good, man.
So, you know, music festivals like High Sierra have really been the platform for bands and for musical acts like Nathan Moore and, you know, troubadours and people who don't have huge studio contracts and whatnot. What's going to happen? What is the industry going to look like now that festivals like that and music scenes, you know, organic, homegrown local music scenes like the one that you described in St. Louis that none of us knew about, Jane? What's going to happen?
God, you guys come here. Just move here.
So Nathan says the Slip was a high school band tradition at the school that the original members of the Slip
in Rhode Island
weren't any of the three. The Barr brothers and Mark stole the name from the school.
Oh.
That's directly from Nathan.
Like you said, Keelan. Oh, damn.
That's directly from Nathan to me, or everyone.
I read it. God, Is there any way we can get Nathan to join us?
Oh yeah,
Anyway.
okay. So
It's like a different day. It's after midnight. Can we get Nathan to join us?
He's probably enjoying watching us.
This
So
is
Sam,
actually-
what he's doing is he's flipped it on its head.
Yeah.
He said, "Everybody join my Zoom. It's your show tonight. I'm going to watch you." So he's down there muted, watching
I feel like
us.
we're done. I feel like
rap
it's
about
already
shit.
happened. It was like the day. We're on the next day. We already did Saturday. We're on Sunday. Let's get back on Sunday with Nathan to be here too.
So Wikipedia is saying that the Slip was formed as a band at Tabor Academy in
Tabor.
Marion, Massachusetts. Tabor.
Tabor.
Okay, Tabor.
There you go.
In 1989, as a student rock band that toured New England prep school campuses. The founding members, guitarist Howard Gold, husband of Court TV anchor Ashley Banfield, drummer Mike Johnson, lead guitarist Johnny Myers, bassist Kane Gottleman, and singer Jack Lewin, left the band upon graduating in 1990 and 1991, leaving it in the hands of the three current members. So it was a school band that they graduated out of and then just left it to whoever was coming next in line at Tabor Academy. And that happened to be Andrew Barr, Brad Barr, and Mark Friedman. Or perhaps Mark was later. Maybe the two Bars were the only ones there in the beginning. That's pretty interesting.
But the three members of the Slip are from Rhode Island. That's important.
Like
Yeah,
the
okay.
Rhode Island.
the Slip we know, the two Barr brothers and Mark
Mark.
Friedman.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's cool.
And then they met Nathan at the, what was it, the Americana stage, I think, that used to be in Shady Grove back in the day.
Which festival? Because
Yeah.
like Shady Grove and a lot of festivals.
That,
Which festival?
yeah,
High Sierra?
that was High Sierra. Pre 2006, there was a stage out in Shady Grove called the Americana.
Yeah.
My camp, I had a camp right behind it for years. We called it Camp Isla Vista.
We definitely loved that. The
Isla
smaller
Vista.
stages were so great, you know.
Yeah.
It, like it was a $10,000 cap music, like $10,000 person cap, like 10,000 people, 5 stages, whatever, huge space. But like that wasn't that bad. That's a lot of people, but it really wasn't that bad the way they handled it there. And we've had some of those like way too big festivals like summer camp.
There's
like that, really,
there's serious
big.
professionals working there.
Yeah, they got it like really figured out. I mean, the first year we went there was probably 18-20 years ago, but they had it really well figured out. And like they got stricter as the years went on, and we couldn't like jump over the fence to use the gas station bathroom as much, but you know, whatever.
You really? You do that? Jump the fence to use the gas station bathroom?
There's Shady
All
Grove.
the time. We did it like the whole time in the first 2 years.
Well, I mean, I will tell you something about High Sierra is I will not do my business in plastic. I go behind the grand stage. There's some real nice, clean 3 times a day
Well,
toilets there.
the gas, the whatever station, whatever it is.
Oh, and then, oh my God, last year I did a festival and their bathroom was like mahogany with like mints.
I know.
and,
It's
like,
like West County, which
Wow.
St. Louis is like
Oh, it was
the
so
uppity
pimp.
area. No,
That's next level right there, man.
it was so pimp.
it's ridiculous.
It was so unbelievably pimp. It had like mahogany siding. It smelled like fine leather, and it had like mints and like sunscreen and like baby wipes included with. I'm surprised it didn't have a bidet. I really am.
Next time you're in there, it will. I'm sure.
I mean, that ticket's kind of expensive, so I don't know how many times I'm going to be partying like that.
The times have
But-
changed, though. The times have changed.
But I will say, High Sierra did a great job getting me drunk last year.
Hello.
That wasn't High Sierra. That was you.
No, that was High Sierra.
All these people?
No, last year, like I worked for High Sierra for many years, and last year I didn't work and I didn't get any notice or anything till way late. And so I'm like, oh, I don't have a job here anymore. I think I'll just buy a Superfly ticket. So I did.
And how was that?
It was really fun because I didn't have any responsibility, Melissa.
Right. That's new.
I could just totally party. And High Sierra, like I said to Jane, like they kept giving me these drink tickets, and I don't know, you don't know me, Jane, but I really don't drink that much. So like 20 drink tickets is a lot of booze for me.
That's a lot of booze. Yeah, that's a lot of booze. I get it. That sounds like a lot of booze.
Well, it also didn't hurt that I was actually. It didn't hurt that I was actually camped with the two bartenders of the festival lounge.
Oh, and
So
when
when I went, mine were a little bit extra.
On the house,
no, but stiff as fuck.
kind of on the house.
No, just strong
on your fucking face.
Yep.
Strong on your fucking face. Oh gosh. Nathan pulled a good one on us tonight.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So the video that's showing right now, that was, I think, 2015.
Good call.
Blue, 15 blue seats. That was a good year.
It was a good year. They were all good years.
They are. Like, I didn't really start doing it hardcore in 2010. I just sort of fell into it. That's how I met Nathan. I just like, Chad was like, yeah, like, come do our thing for us. So I'm like, okay. And High Sierra made me buy a vehicle permit that year. That was interesting. So I had a
for your
bike? Yeah. So this is 2010.
Yeah.
And that was such an epic year. So I randomly are like, I'm okay, Chad, I'll buy it. And I bought it and I drove in there. He's like, park here. I parked there. I started setting up my shade. Then Nathan comes out of the woodwork. I meet him. And I mean, I had seen him in Happy Fiasco and stuff, but I had never really hung out with him. And that was the first time I hung out with him. And that year, about Friday, both Jacob Anderson and Kellen just randomly jumped in the middle of our camp and started sleeping right in the middle of all the chairs. that was their bed. It was great. And we were like right at home plate at kickball. Vince Herman was that year, and there was a bit of he played the kickball song that year.
Oh yeah, that was so fun.
Yeah, that was 2010.
Right.
And it's just I mean, that's a fucking decade ago. Holy crap! How old am I?
It doesn't. No, I don't think I've been since like 2004 or 2005. So let's not even talk about it.
You all know each other from High Sierra? Do you know each other?
Me and Melissa. Me, Melissa, and Nathan are friends. Yes.
I've not met these guys. But now I have. Duh, we're buds now.
It goes back to that endorsement of Nathan as a community builder, the art and science of community building.
He's absolutely incredible at it, Ryan. He's like magic.
And he drops the wall, like where there's like, oh, there's a barrier. No, Nathan like just melts the fucking barrier because he's just like the community builder who melts the wall in between the people. You're a very, very horrible white supremacist, horrible person. And then you don't even speak the English language or whatever, like whatever. And then you're just a child. You don't even know what's going on. And Nathan could maybe figure out a way that there's a song that makes communication between, I don't know, he is a bringer together of communities. He's a healer. He's a kind-hearted person. He's brings people together.
it makes me want to ask this question again because, you know, he's had this format, he's had this kind of forum and platform for doing a lot of this work, and now we can do a lot of this online. You know, it's incredible to meet all of you online. I feel so good. I have not hung out, I'm not saying with Americans, you know, because we know a few Americans here in Saudi Arabia, but
you're an American. You're an American.
Well, no. I mean, it's this
And
special
hanging out with others. Yeah.
It's this special community of people who are attracted to the kind of community that High Sierra builds and Nathan Moore's music builds and his work. And so it's so great to be able to sit with all of you guys. But what's going to happen in this new future, where for the next 5 to 10 years, all of these industries that have been shattered overnight, you know, and this is one of them, and it's such an important industry. It's the industry of real culture, people coming together, and so High Sierra, like, what's going to happen? Because you guys are all, you know, you have some kind of background in it, and I don't. What's going to happen to the music industry, which I know has been shifting and changing anyway because of digital streaming and everything else? How do people who are these kinds of artists at least make a bare living? But then more importantly, or as importantly, how do people come together like they did at High Sierra for these, you know, profound spiritual moments, and where they form their community?
That's a very good question. Did you hear what Obama said today? He said, relative, we just want to party again.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
That's what he said. He's like, that's what he said. He's like, you know, realistically, it's so we can party again. Okay, right? Like, and so
I disagree. I don't think it's about partying.
Orion's got a very good point. We need the social interaction. We need to touch people, feel people, smell them, all that stuff. It's really important. You pull that out, then things get weird. Things get weird. And people lose their shit. Like, I don't know about you guys, but in the town I'm in right now, there's sirens every freaking night, dude. Like, emergency
Why are there
vehicles.
sirens every night? Keelan, why are there sirens every night?
Because this town sucks.
So is it suicides? Is it deaths? What is
I don't know.
Probably an uptick in a lot of things.
I don't know.
Including
opioid addiction. I just didn't know if you knew. Yeah, no.
I just noticed that it's people going stir crazy. Californians,
more sirens. I feel like I'm hearing sirens a little more often as well.
Californians have been on lockdown since mid-March.
But California's numbers are definitely going down.
Yeah, but God, I'm so tired of it. So going back on Orion's thought, I think honestly, brother, that we're gonna see like a lot of people coming to shows in masks, and we're gonna see people in masks in large gatherings. The gatherings I do believe will happen again. The social distancing will go down again. I do believe that, but you will see people wearing masks.
So what? Who cares? That's fine.
Well, my guess is
he's just responding to what you see will change. That's all.
Yeah,
it's not a matter of caring or being upset about it or anything like that.
You're not. I felt like your tone was saying you didn't like that very much.
Oh no! I don't care.
I think he's just saying what
I want to party again. And
Okay,
if I have to
your tone was like a little like.
No. Well, my tone is a little anyway.
Okay, that's
Watch your tone, Keelan.
I picked it up.
And Orion, from my perspective as an artist, I feel like the question you asked, we've been asking for 15 years, and then we ask it from kind of a different filter and because of a different response to a different technological advance or shift in our industry every 2 or 3 years. It's been massive, and that started back from Napster with the file sharing, and we all remember how that totally transformed our world. As most of us 40 plus here probably on the stream remember, we bought our music. We couldn't there was no such thing as black market. I mean, you know, if you sold CDs at shows, you sold them in a store, and And then there have been so many advances. We've been asking that question every couple of years for the last 2 decades, basically, and having to pivot and shift to figure out how do we do this. Like, I think we can all basically answer fairly unanimously that music is an essential part of life.
Absolutely.
And vast numbers of people who don't know anything about making music can't imagine not having it or having new music. So suffice it to say, we all together got to figure out what that picture looks like, right? Because you can't go on but for so long as society in general, if you want to zoom all the way out and say, we believe that there's a sustainable model where we all listen to music for free. That's definitely not true. And then there are those of us who were never going to be stage performers. I'm a composer, so I'm writing at home, never meant to go live. So for many years, the solution for a lot of guys like the Nathan Moores of the world, they had that in their hip pocket. They could go out and at least hit the road, pass the tip jar, perform live and really supplement, create a living, but by being away from home. So there's all these fascinating, it continues to shift. But I think at some heart of the answer to how do you do this going forward will look like more like this, right? Than something else, for that matter. And it will look like your 100, your 1,000 true fans. Those who love you and support you and have known you for a long time and who are invested in what it is you're about along the way, not just when the release date hits for the new album.
Right.
And they want to support the Sam Chases, and they want to support the Nathan Moores of the world, and are completely willing to do so on a micro banking level.
That's
personal
how we do it in
banking,
St. Louis.
personal
But that's how we do it in St. Louis. We go small. We go very, very small. House parties, house concerts, backyard parties. But keep talking. But that's how we do it. And
so I mean, I think
time Nathan would come to St. Louis, it will be in our backyard or in our upstairs.
The struggle is real, though. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's long gone that you can put an album out on Spotify and not be someone with any less than a couple 100,000 fans and think that you're making a living from that. It just doesn't work that way.
It does in St. Louis. It does in St. Louis, though. There are house and backyard and patio.
No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It does work based on what I was saying with the 100 serious fan, 1,000 serious lifelong fan kind of level. Yeah. Creating community works.
Small band.
As a whole, digital streaming and all of these things, they go up and they go down, and sometimes the agreements get better and the pay gets better, and then sometimes there's missing logic in the ecosystem that basically, for instance, here's a perfect example. Songwriters are not only missing now on all the credits. We don't have we no longer have physical.
Fight for the right to be in the credits. They need to fight for the right to be in the credits. They need to be in the credits.
Oh, believe me, they are, and we're fighting for our rights to protect our copyright for our music, to have updated laws that actually are relevant to modern digital age, and all that stuff's in flux. So my only main point was that I think not only is that the question of the hour, right, but it's the question constantly for us, and has been for several decades now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I deal with that shit all the time. We get awards the project manager, account manager, she didn't do anything except for all the fucking details with the whole project. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care if my name's on that stuff or not. Sorry for all the cussing.
Well, no, that's okay. But just to answer that point real quick, the more specific point about the relevancy to songwriters, for instance, being, and engineers or mixers, for instance, being credited on songs officially, is because we are now in a process where metadata digitally, metadata
Absolutely. I know
is
what you mean.
crucial in providing income in the form of royalty payments, which are based
SEO.
on the laws of copyright. And they're not only national, but they're international, and all internationally, it's completely different everywhere. So we are missing a lot of points of importance
But
when we've
You can
been
do that when
we've
you
been
redo a
excluding
website.
mixers and producers and studio session musicians and songwriters in the metadata. Even that's just
Exact-
one piece of the
You
whole
can
picture.
have them
We've
redo
been
that. You can
they've
have
been
them
lost to
redo
the
that. You can
metadata
have
for
them change
15
that.
years.
But you can have them change that on the website. You can have them, no matter who did
Well,
the
no, no.
website, you can have them change that and add it. You can make
No,
them.
I appreciate the comment, Jane, but what it actually points to is a systemic issue,
Sure.
not a per corporate issue. It has nothing to do with Spotify. It has
I'm
to
only
do with the
saying
culture.
For your Googling, for people looking for you or anything, you can actually make them add that.
Sure, but we
They
don't
can add it.
necessarily care how they find us.
Okay.
If we are not
I'm just saying,
included in
but
the
if you actually need
metadata,
them to find you through Google
Jane.
or whatever, like, okay.
Jane, let me try to clarify just real quick. If
No.
they can't find us in the metadata when their robots
I know.
scroll the internet,
I know.
the BMIs and ASCAPs, those who pay musicians lifetime, like career pay.
I get
Most
it.
musicians make most of their money on their catalog. And digitally speaking, there are a lot of holes there where
It's
people
so
are not getting
different than it used to be.
compensated for their
course.
music because digitally they're missing in the system. That's
So
also a just a
different
huge
than it used to be, of course. It's
Oh
so
yeah.
different.
So yeah, it's
So
Wild West.
different,
It's always Wild West, man. It's been that way for like 15, 20 years. Like,
But-
okay, here's the
but-
new Wild
and
West. What do you do
before
with that?
15 or 20 years
Good
ago,
luck.
it was the same thing. Before 15 or 20 years ago, it was the same thing for a long time. And then 15 or 20
Well,
years
there were
ago,
problems, but they were
it
different
changed
problems.
every year. But it like
Yeah,
it
for sure.
changed every year since then. Like, oh, we gotta
Yeah.
do this. And then the next year, like, oh shit, we gotta do this. Oh wait, we gotta do
Struggle
this.
is real.
You know,
The struggle
like,
is real.
oh shit, we gotta do this.
And a big part of that is kind of on one side, we have to transform the culture and the system. So that's legal, law, precedents at the big level. And on the other level, we have to adapt and move with the evolution of the technology, which means we get small, we get real, we have tight audiences, we have lifelong fans, and we nurture those lifelong fans. And then we build those lifelong fans. And that means I have a tribe, right? So it means creating tribes, which is perfect. We're talking about on a hippie fiasco rides again.
Yeah.
Of all things,
that's how I saw it.
trickery of putting us live tonight.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Classic
It was
Nathan
love.
Moore
If
move, right?
only-
Let me
it's a
pull the
different
magic
day.
trick.
It's a
Here you
different
go.
day. If only Nathan would
That you would need to create community more than ever nowadays because
Well,
we are separated more than ever, and small tribes will support individuals.
Do you think that
That's it.
it could survive on like a Patreon kind of level, like
That's precisely-
a direct sponsorship kind of level? Yeah.
Yeah, not only that, but
or
that's
not
a
even
huge.
that big.
That's a
It doesn't have to be
huge.
a big name like that.
That is a big root, and I think the new way to establish yourself as legitimately creating your art for a living, instead of it being classically this thing that you either did, and because you did, then you were starving, the starving artist paradigm, or
No,
you
nobody
better
thinks
have
like
no you better have a backup plan. That's just societally speaking how we have set our system up, how our system has responded to supporting artists.
Yeah, and
We
I think
say
it's a
you're
new
absolutely necessary. I
community.
can't imagine not having your music, yet I don't know.
Yeah.
Got nothing for you. I mean, like, give me a discount. Can you give me a demo for free? Even in the culture of like the license work and the process of at least in film music, it's still rampant. This idea, this notion of you have all these people competing for the gig to be the composer. Can you give us some work on spec?
No.
So
that's
write a
not-
bunch of music
no.
on spec for me. No, I'm saying, I'm just sharing, Jane, that this is
Well, we would not
exactly
expect
what.
anyone to ever do that. We would never expect.
No, of course we don't, quote unquote, we don't. But that's
Even
exactly.
at work, even at my work, we would not expect him to do it.
Well,
Yeah, but like
He's right.
my dear, I'm just
I
saying
agree
that,
with
that in
Brian.
the industry, this is actually how it works. I'm composing for film right now and have been for years, and doing sound design.
Well,
and
thank
this
God, but
is
I hate
still
to make you do
this
that.
is
But
still
okay,
the
then I'm going to have
culture.
more. Then I will have more needs for you. Then I do have more needs.
Oh, no,
for you.
oh, I appreciate that. No, I'm just saying.
But I
That's
actually hate
awesome
the
that
people,
you guys
I
are.
hate to do that to someone without like giving them the actual job. But if
Sure.
you actually will do,
I'm just talking about a culture.
quickie stuff,
The culture of the business
quickie
that still
songs
happens.
or quickie like little stupid corporate training videos.
Yeah.
Make sure we have each other's numbers and stuff.
Awesome, Jane. Awesome. No.
Yeah,
But I was just talking about the larger culture of the business and
Oh,
the
yeah.
industry. So yeah, I mean, it's all about adaptation, right, Orion? I think it's like,
But
what are we all
honestly,
doing?
you
Like,
guys, this is a wonderful family.
there are a
This
lot
is
of other industries that
wonderful
are really asking these very similar questions
sweetheart family.
these days.
Brian, you were the
Nice-hearted
right guy to ask that question, man. You that was
Thank you.
incredible.
Yeah.
You have encyclopedic knowledge of it and articulate it so well.
I don't know, man. I've just been making my way for a while, just trying to figure it out, man. There's so
you
many more
working on
people
it?
who know a lot more than me, but
No, you summarized it perfectly, and all of the dynamics that you spoke about, I think, apply really in it's capitalism. You know, it's two different parties trying to extract value from one another.
yeah.
And you know, we know how that goes.
You know, and that's actually the real tricky part of it, is actually establishing value. I've found even in my work that one of my biggest challenges is being able to place a value on my work.
Right.
So
In
the
terms
value
of,
that you're bringing to the situation.
yeah, absolutely. And that very
Versus,
specifically
like, this
means,
was the situation before. This is the situation after. Here's the difference.
right, it means a number of things. And it definitely means what are the specs for the job? Do I have the skill set for the job? So that's value.
Exactly.
Do you have the skills necessary to
Yes, you do.
clean? No, I know, but like different jobs ask for different requirements. So this might have really bad dialogue, no sound design in the background, and they also want me to do music. So do I have all those things? Yeah, I can do all those things. If I was only a guy who did music, but I couldn't fix their dialogue, then they would need to have budget for an audio post facility.
Right.
And a lot of times,
do you do editing too, though? Do you do editing too?
No, I do not do video editing.
That's fine. That's fine. We
But-
have a guy.
So there's the idea of even, okay, so number one, knowing what is necessary to do the job.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
and then ultimately, what is the value of that work? So it's strange that in a lot of industries, there will be precedents,
There'll be a
right?
scale.
For scale, right.
Depending
In
how
our
big the
industry,
company is.
you're,
If the company's
some
a big company, they have a bunch of people.
no, in some cases you're right. No, I'm not talking about scale of size. He's talking about scale pay.
Okay.
So you establish in the industry what your scale pay is.
Okay.
And that means if in law, if you're doing if you're a defense lawyer, they'll have
I get partner,
a known scale. Right?
Yeah, I get it.
A precedence for what the
there is like
what one gets paid.
There's definitely
what one's value is in the industry.
Yeah.
It's just scale.
Yeah.
And in the arts, it's a little bit squirrely, you know.
Never have
very
I
few people
ever.
are talk about pay, and it's very tricky to find that information in the back room, you know, amongst professionals.
I have a salary survey I can
anytime
send you.
I hear
It's for
someone talking about what they've done, how they've established value.
For creatives. I can send
Sorry?
you a salary survey. It's like a salary survey for creatives I can send you.
Okay.
It's like a salary survey for all over the country.
Yeah.
It's
I just
That's
wanted
great.
to add to what Brian said. So I used to live in Los Angeles and work in the music industry,
There you go.
which is, as Brian I'm sure knows, it's very competitive. There are so many people who move to LA from all over wanting to make it in the music industry. And
Cutthroat.
music,
and there's
like,
a lot of people who are
nasty.
solely studio musicians. They don't perform on stages. You
Exactly.
never see them. There are people like
Right.
Brian who are in recording studios,
Right.
staying up for 3 days trying to get the record finished so that it can be released to the public on their deadline. And giant record companies have shifted away from caring about the musician to caring about money. And it's very disturbing. And I used to work at these really large music festivals behind the scenes, and there's thousands of us who, I just because of my age, I moved, I stopped doing it. But like a lot of people who I used to work with still do it, and now I mean, they've been doing this stuff for like 20 years. Like, what are they supposed to do now? Like all the people who run
They
soundboards.
can't do it this year.
You know how many people their job is to run soundboards or lights or build
At High
stage
Sierra,
or
you know,
stage.
it's a big thing.
And all those people now are just like on unemployment
I
watching
know.
Netflix.
I know.
Beef eater.
It's hard. I don't know. They're just all getting through it. Hard.
I see you, bro. I see you.
Brian's having a steak for lunch. He's a beef eater.
Brian's killing an animal in his yard for lunch.
Cheers.
Something like that.
Oh, it's beef eater. Oh, what?
Cheers.
Oh wait. Oh, our bad.
Here's to all of you.
Oh, it's just beef eater.
This is shark urine. This is a very popular drink in Saudi Arabia.
What is that called?
It's really shark urine?
Shark urine.
It's cinnamon tea.
Wait.
Cinnamon tea. Oh, nice.
Brian, we said you were eating beef, so I don't think we got it wrong.
Gin, baby. Gin.
Beef eater.
Drinking gin.
Well, we didn't get it wrong. Beef eater.
Yeah. Got close.
We got it right. Beef eater.
Whiskey's legit.
Maybe metaphorically I'm eating steak, but literally I'm
called
drinking
beef-
gin. So
It's called beef eater, though.
that's right. Indeed.
It's an English thing.
So Brian, and everyone, what you were saying as well, Melissa, to sum that up, it sounds as though there's no industry that has been more impacted than the music industry by digital streaming and definitely by this. So as music communities grow tighter on digital platforms around artists that people support, and everything gets more localized and tribalized, to use your word, what is going to happen to those people, Melissa, that you were talking about? The career support staff, the festivals, and all of those people who make the music in different ways.
So, I mean, I have to be careful because I can't say certain things in a forum like this, but
just whatever you can say.
Right. I think one of the things that everybody's aware of is the webcast is now where it's at, live streaming and webcasting, and, you can purchase a show from the past to watch and things like that. And so, like a lot of the people I know in LA, they're, learning about Zoom and learning about all these different technologies that they never had to worry about because you're doing things in person. But now that they've started web streaming, so many of the larger festivals, they have all these camera crews that set up, long before the artists ever take to the stage, and it's a big thing. And those people are killing it right now. All the guys.
Zoom
with the
is
video
doing a very
cameras and
good
the
job.
cords
Zoom's
and,
got it nailed.
and people like Nathan who know about all these weird, I mean, not weird, but awesome, amazing things that you can do over the internet.
I don't know. Nathan.
A lot of people who don't know how to do that stuff. Think of riggers. I don't know if you know what a rigger is, but they're the guys who
climbers.
Yeah, who climb up those giant steel trusses and set up the big stages. And I'm not talking about a little festival, for 100,000 people.
You're talking main stage Electric Forest, yeah.
Yeah, there's so much liability and insurance that goes into all that stuff.
Those guys are badass.
You don't want people to die. And that there's going to be a bunch of people who aren't sober, who are doing crazy stuff. and you have to try to make it safe. And like,
Yeah.
Like Burning Man's been canceled indefinitely.
Gosh, think
Like,
about
place
that
has never been
industry.
safe.
What do riggers do? I
Indefinitely?
mean, talk about pivoting and adjusting
I think
to
so. I mean, it's not
new
safe,
Wow.
but they've
No.
already got the mask thing down.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you're right.
What do you mean?
I have so many masks from Burning Man. I'm like, oh, which mask should I wear today?
Right. I mean, ultimately, we'll be back to live gathering. We'll be back to live music at some point.
Yeah. But I think first will be the smaller shows.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I mean, I guess there's a lot that we don't know.
Well, I mean, what's going to happen is what's called herd immunity.
Right.
So
Eventually.
when a certain amount of people get this disease, the rest of us will just all become immune to it.
It's like the chicken pox. Remember when you were a kid and your mom was like, "Oh, you should get the chicken pox now because then."
Yeah, and chicken pox
Kinda
is
like that,
now,
not
and
exactly,
but Melissa, chicken pox is gone now. There's a vaccine.
Right. I mean, that was from the 80s.
I had it. So what they don't tell you about chicken pox is in your late years, you're gonna probably get shingles.
Shingles, yeah, fun.
Good times, yeah. Sign me up. Like, I can't wait.
I mean, there's so many terrible diseases. You just think of cancer, like there's a lot of people who die from cancer, and
we're deep diving here. We're deep diving.
Into COVID. That's right.
Let's bring it up.
We're going back into the pub.
Anyway.
What we're talking about is the impact, the public health impact on this industry, and it's so interesting to me. You guys all know so much. What I guess the best way to summarize it, it's the oldest formula that there is. You evolve or you don't evolve.
That's it.
And
you adapt
or you don't adapt.
That's it.
The only thing more painful than not evolving is not evolving. Everybody's going to do it one way or another, and there are always trade-offs. I'm just having such a great time being here with you guys, but I also know there's the blue screen toxemia is happening too. And I wish I was sitting in a living room or around a campfire with you so much, and we will get back to that. We have to get back to that.
Yeah, we have to do a campfire. It's like,
yeah, it'd be awesome.
But industry-wise, just to really focus in on that, to continue to focus in on that, I've never seen Nathan pass the cup once. As a writer, I feel like he could publish lyrics. He could publish his lyrics as books. And make income from that. It's not something that I've seen him do. Maybe he has, but
and for that matter, he could put out the virtual tip jar like a lot of people do. He certainly deserves that, to put a PayPal link up or a Venmo link or something for us.
Yeah, if we're talking about a business plan, I think Nathan can jump on if we're talking about a business plan. Come on, Nathan.
Hey man, Nathan might be independently rich. Man of mystery, dude.
Oh yeah,
man of mystery.
He might be, but even if we were like, not for you, but somebody like you,
I'm good.
Not like you're the Nathan we're talking about, but like another guy like you, named Nathan, like you, who looks like you, who sings songs, who writes good lyrics, and has an earthy kind of feel.
All right, so question for you guys. You guys are pretty familiar Surprise Me, Mr. Davis fans?
Definitely.
All right, so check this out. I'm curious. If just from watching this, right? So you can't hear it, but from just watching this clip.
Oh my God! Please play it. Make us all see it, Brian.
I'll help you see it.
Make us all make it.
Oh, he's guessing
19 Nervous Breakdown. It's a cover.
Oh wow, we got guesses.
19's a
just
good one
based
too.
on a still.
Speaker view.
Bob Dylan cover.
All right, so. You'll know it here in about 15 seconds. Watch this.
Speaker view.
Ready?
Okay. Speaker view. It's not on speaker view.
Watch.
Well, I put the other one on speaker view. Okay, so it's.
So you gotta watch.
The video one. Right?
Hold on. Yeah. It's the video. So the
I love it. Yeah.
All right. So here it is. I'll set it up. Yeah. So the key is.
Want me to share screen? Okay. No, I got it.
Hold on. The key that shows you what the song is about is you got to watch Mark.
Friedman.
Yep.
The bass player. The bass
Yep.
player. Yeah.
Cue the band.
Always
Looking over
will-
the band for the
always watch
change
the
up
bass
that they're
player.
about to go into, right?
Okay. Yeah,
So
yeah.
they're busily playing, and then watch their body language and the vocal mics on the change up, and you'll know the
Oh my
song.
goodness. Thanks for
Ready?
the tips.
All right, so here it is.
Okay, got you. Okay. Everyone look the guy far
Yep.
our right.
Right. Shh, shh, shh. There you go. I'll do it again. You'll get it. See here.
Well, no.
It's 19 nervous.
You mean guy far right or far left?
Yeah, here you
Brad's
go.
far left, Mark's far right.
Correct.
Yeah, watch. Here you go.
Nathan's in the middle. Yeah, I think Mark was like, that was
You
lame.
you win, Melissa.
Yep. Did Melissa got it?
Yeah, she did.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we
Well,
were both
and
there.
something
We were
else
both
that
there.
I've noticed.
That's such an iconic little moment where they stop.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember that set really well.
Wow.
It was a really memorable experience for me. But one thing too that I've noticed just in the past few weeks watching this amazing, I don't even know what to call it anymore, Hippie Fiasco Rides Again.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to, like, for me, it's usually a memory thing. Like, I'm thinking about it as something that happens, but like to see something that,
And then all of a
has
sudden you're seeing all the video footage. Yeah.
yeah, and is how, like, I mean, Brad and Andrew have a special connection because they're brothers. You know,
Yeah.
they share genetic material. They grew up together. They grew up
Yeah.
playing music together since they were children. And Brad has this thing where he'll tap something, like
Tap the brothers.
sometimes it's a stand or like
Yeah.
a
Something
like
feels
rigid
special.
drum, just to tap out. Like, so like Marco and Mark can see, well, I think Mark knows because he's been playing with them for so long, but Marco joined later and they can see like what the rhythm is, so that they
Yeah.
don't even have to talk, because these guys have been playing music together for so long. Like, they don't need
Yeah.
to speak about what's going on.
It's very
You can just,
insightful.
like,
Yeah.
tap
There's
it.
great stage communication.
Very
Yeah. It's
intuitive.
very, very spiritual, very natural.
But they're a really special band, and I'm very biased. They're like
The
my
fact
favorite
that
band.
like those
You don't see that all the time.
brothers,
I
like,
saw that with Soul Live.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, those are
such a
those
small
are,
group,
those
and
are brothers
you know,
too. Those are
yeah.
those are like, you know, there's
Yeah, the Evans
two-
brothers. The Evans brothers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Evans brothers. Yeah, there's two Evans brothers, and then like fucking Eric Krasno.
Yeah,
I
I
think
know,
that
right?
dude is just like, he's good. He's chill.
God,
He knows
man.
what he's playing. Like, he's buddies with the Francis brothers. They're all buddies. You know, the Evans brothers.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I bartended at a local place here called Neighborhood Theater in Charlotte from
I've been there.
2008 to 2012, and it's still
so
there
cool.
now. But they like, it's different. Like someone bought the place, the real estate.
You say no
did-
more. I
did a
know
grab
that's
on the
what
whole
you
block.
mean. It changes when someone buys a place. You know, someone
Potentially
bigger.
does. It doesn't always do, but in this case, it did, because
No,
what happened
like,
was they
often
changed
we
the
have
management,
little people,
and they
those
actually
little
fired all of us who were family.
Oh,
and
no.
and we'd been like, I painted the floor and helped build the stage, and like
Maybe
it was a
St.
family
Louis work
affair.
at
We had,
Broadway
like,
Oyster
Black
Bar.
Crows and
I saw
Soul
Orgone
Live
there.
and fucking who?
Orgone?
Orgone.
Yeah, Orgone. I was there at that show.
Orgone.
I love Orgone.
Yeah. I think I was, if that was between 2008 and 2012.
Well, they've been
I
playing
was-
since like later than 2012, I think.
Oregon, I met those guys at Guitar Fish, like
Yeah.
specifically.
It
They're
was
pretty-
whenever Widespread Panic played New Year's in Charlotte. That's when it was.
Yeah, I met them
Oh,
at
okay.
I met them at like the
Yeah.
property where they do the one they do in
Well, I actually wasn't there that night. If that was
in
New Year's,
Florida, the one they
No,
do
it wasn't
Because I
New
was-
Year's. It
because
was
I was
like
at the
around
Widespread
New Year's.
show on New Year's in Charlotte.
Yeah, it
The
was maybe like the weekend.
I met them at
after
this
New
Yeah,
Year's.
it's 2011ish, 2010,
Yeah.
2011.
later
Yeah.
than that. I think later than
Um,
that, right? I've been a
But
bit
the memory I was speaking, or what brought that to mind was that I also did. So if I was bartending at night, I would do artist hospitality during the day.
Yeah.
So I would be
Yeah.
responsible to pick the band up from the
Right.
from the airport and transport them to the hotel, from the hotel back to the
Gotta get-
venue for
you have to
sound
have
check
a
and all that stuff.
That sounds very
It
familiar.
was really cool, man. I mean,
Keelan's
like,
an expert in that.
No,
it
dude,
was so
you have
cool.
to have
I
a
mean,
friend for that.
I will never forget, for instance, taking the oh god, who was it?
DJ Logic.
Lowrider. Who did
War?
War?
I've been taking
Yeah,
some of our
picking
Nice.
War up at the airport, and
You have
I
to
took
pick
them
War
from
up at the airport?
yeah, in my Jeep Cherokee in like 2011, and and I took them from their hotel to Neighborhood Theater for sound check, middle of the afternoon, like 3 PM, right? And they pull out this Cali weed, and they're like, "Oh shit, we don't have a
It's
pipe.
got that in St.
We couldn't
Louis.
fly with it." Meanwhile, they flew with the weed, right? And so they pull out this beautiful fucking Cali weed, and they're like, "Man, we don't have anything to smoke from." I don't either, man. And he looks down. I got an apple in the in the
You did an
center
apple?
section. So we did the classic, like, hobbling out an apple for
Right.
for a pipe, and we're smoking together with the band War. And then when I dropped them off at the airport, the original founding member, the guitarist, the Chicano fucking classic,
Yeah.
Kelly Chicano, man.
Yeah.
He was like, "Thank you, brother. Let me give this to you. We can't fly with this, my man." Hands me his Cali weed, and
Nice.
and off I go. So there's all these random little moments where
on
you're,
the plane. He's already
because you're
giving
there
it
and
on
working
the
and you're
plane.
bartending, and it's kind of a family affair as a joint. It was really interesting. It wasn't corporate at all. It was totally family.
Yeah.
Everyone hustled and did whatever they had to do to.
I actually
And we just had
remember it
really
well.
good bookers. Yeah, we had
because
really good
Do a
bookers who
joint in
just
your pants.
created
I-
great relationships. With
I went
bands, and
with
so,
local friends from Charlotte,
yeah,
and they knew that I was like really into live music, and they specifically took me there.
yeah.
And Philosopher's Stone and
And that's no longer. Philosopher's Stone is totally torn down.
Wait, is
Really?
that a
Yeah,
library?
I played there many
Philosopher's
times. I love
Stone?
Philosopher's Stone.
The
That was my
bar.
old neighborhood in Chantilly.
and then some pirate
What
bar.
was it? Like a
Oh,
store?
yeah.
A
That was
forget what
two
it's called.
two doors down from
Yeah,
But what was
But,
it?
Philosopher's Stone.
What?
yeah, I really like
A
Charlotte.
cafe, a library, a sitting
It's
room?
good, it's
What is
it's
it?
interesting. It's kind of like, it's kind of missing a lot of stuff, because there's such an unnatural community. It's young in its culture,
Your
and
old
it's
neighborhood in North
kind of
Carolina?
oddly set up, because basically the city was primarily populated by the banking industry.
Right.
So it's the banking
talking about
headquarters of the
North
U.S. And so you've got a lot of
Are you talking about
finance
Raleigh? Are you talking
bros,
about Raleigh?
right?
Yeah, we have
So
that
you
in
got
New
that-
York too.
Excuse me.
Oh man, we have the whole banker culture.
Ryan?
So there's
Are you talking about Raleigh?
no, I'm talking about
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Charlotte. Okay.
Talking about Charlotte, yeah.
Okay.
And so there's this there's kind of mix of cultures, right? And then it's kind of gone more towards the art, as art has actually been dying at the same time in certain ways. So like we've lost great classic venues. We lost the Double Door Inn, which is this.
Forever or temporarily?
Oh, it's gone. It's forever. Double Door Inn was this historic venue in Charlotte that was an old house, a normal 2-story house, probably 1930s, 1940s ish build. And you actually walked into this house, and the whole bottom floor of the house was all wooden floors everywhere. Tiny little stage right inside to the right as you walk in, and then
But there's
a
an actual
curled
stage
bar, and then a
there?
background, and then the green room was upstairs, and it was just random. You'd have all these photos
Oh
of people
my
who'd
God.
played there and signed, and it was like stories where Eric Clapton was playing at the Coliseum, and after his show, he randomly stopped into the Double Door and sat in on the stage. They had like Monday Night All Stars,
Oh, wow.
where local blues players it was just open forum, and they would play every Monday night, and Eric Clapton would randomly like show up and like play on this tiny little fucking stage. Like you couldn't even fit on it.
He would like come in and
Beautiful
go,
history though, stuff like that.
and then he would just like
that's
walk
gone.
out.
Things change.
You know him. He just walked in.
That's now some. It was part of the property of the community college downtown, which is good. You know, things expand, things change, and
that's awesome.
Things come and things go. But we lost a great venue like that, and we've lost a couple of other really interesting, gritty kind of classic live music venues like Amos's, which was renowned for bringing in really on the rise heavy metal and hard rock and punk groups. So there were some classic kind of gritty, good variety of live music kind of growing up out of the Charlotte culture.
Out of St. Louis too.
So
those exact things
in the last 10 years, we've lost a bunch of the richness of some of the history.
Yeah.
Venues gone, broke, torn down, something else built there.
That's
probably a fucking condo.
Right now too.
It's happening
probably a condominium
totally
in Charlotte, which has been a really kind of ugly evolution.
Reality.
You get these who's moving here? You're creating all these places for all these people to like stacks and stacks of condominiums at like $1,700 a month for a one bedroom.
Do you really is that what you
really
want?
like? You're just completely like that's the banking culture.
You said you like the
so you got
outdoors.
that shit that's like.
Fuck? You don't even.
So we got
like
that shit that's been combating with.
That's not even the outdoors.
Sorry, Jan.
No, I'm just saying. I'm joking. I'm kind of joking because I'm saying like in Colorado, like, oh, I love the outdoors. I love the outdoors, and I'm like, oh, I'll make you this fucking like stamp of a postage stamp of a condominium, and that'll be like the outdoors. And I'm like,
so we've had a good bit of that.
Not really like the outdoors at all. It's more like a postage stamp of the outdoors, but that's just me. I love St. Louis. That's the deal.
Well, I know what you mean.
Like, I'm sorry, nobody knows that the cheapest, like, coolest place in the world is St. Louis. Don't tell everyone.
I think we all know that the Midwest is cheap.
But we have like all these rivers.
Are you in the Midwest
we have,
now,
like,
Melissa?
Ozark Mountains. We have like.
No, where are you?
I'm in New York.
Oh, you're in New
We have
York.
spring-fed rivers. We can do like we can go canoeing on spring-fed rivers.
I didn't quite think so.
We have waterfalls. Like, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. We got a lot of cool shit,
What part of New York, Melissa?
Right now, I am about an hour north of the city, but I was living in the city. I was working in the city and sometimes working here when I was doing my own art. And then March 22nd was the last time I went into the city until 2 days ago.
Wow.
Which is weird because it's right there.
Yep.
I'd like to,
and most people where I am now, not all, but the majority of people work in New York City and commute by train. There's a train stop. You get on the train, sit on the train, you listen to a podcast, and you're at work. So now all those people aren't on the train and they're home. And because we have computers and stuff, like my next door neighbor, I forget who she works for, but she works for a big company and she, sits in front of a laptop now and goes into a building. So for her, it's not that different, but like there's some people, like the stuff that I used to do in the music industry doesn't exist anymore. Those jobs have just,
Yep.
Right.
And
what is your main industry?
Do more virtual stuff, I guess.
I did art department is what it's called, like in California. And
designing, I work for a graphic design firm, so
it's not graphic design. So
you weren't
seriously.
I build large art installations. So like in California specifically, they have these huge art installations.
Experiences. Yep. Can you do them? How can you do them virtually? We need those done virtually. Just build it in your garage and then video it. That's what we're gonna need.
My motto these days: I will provide you my
It's gonna need to be done virtually, but I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna
That's
need
what I've been doing. I've
I'm
been
gonna need
making
a
lots of
lot
art.
My motto these days
pistachios
is
and
I
bazang,
will
but
pay. I will
virtually.
give you my hard-earned craft for your hard-earned money.
I need.
So we need your installation
no,
art.
You.
There
you
you
actually,
go.
I
Pay
need
up.
your
Jane,
shit
can I
too.
have a-
No,
I'll
I
build
need-
you something.
I just want to talk about the
Ryan,
visual arts real quick.
I need your stuff too.
Yeah, please,
Like,
Melissa,
definitely.
please do.
No, email me.
Jane.
Like, I need you to
Jane.
edit some shit tomorrow. So you definitely, I want you to do some like bigger productions, like for kids and stuff. And like we can give them a budget. Let's
We love you,
all
Jane.
do some
Hold on, I
talking
want to hear what
tomorrow.
Melissa's.
So what I was
Melissa's
gonna say is, you guys
Tomorrow,
might
let's
find
all
it interesting.
talk tomorrow.
Jane, please just give me like
Hold
1
on
minute.
just a sec.
It's
I'm not
gonna
going
take too long.
anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
So I now have been doing what's called fine arts, which means you're in like an art gallery or an art museum.
Yeah.
I
I also bought an art gallery, which was open for 2 days.
Oh my gosh, the timing.
Do you need a co-owner? We would be the best co-owners ever. We would
So
be the best co-owners
right now,
ever.
I have 3 paintings in an art museum, and I'm not allowed to go see it. And it's a big deal as somebody who's been doing art since I can remember as a child, to finally be in an art museum in the state of New York, and I can't even go see it.
Oh man.
I think that's
But they sent
bullshit.
me a
I'm
link,
calling
they're
them.
like,
Give me
you
the
can view
person
it
I
on the
gotta
internet.
call
It's
tomorrow.
like, I know what it looks like. I made it. Like, I don't want to see it on my laptop. Like,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah. It's all about being in that space.
I think
where,
that's
yeah.
bullshit.
Hey,
I
that's-
gotta call someone.
it's there.
I'm thinking about all the most.
And then they're going to ship it back to me, and it will show up, in a UPS truck or whatever.
because
No,
by
no.
the
You're
because
getting
you
down to the bottom of the
Jane, hold on. Jane, just hold on just a second. So
Ryan,
Melissa,
okay, Ryan's
I'm
my
ju-
new best friend. You all must know.
oh, thank you. Likewise, Jane. It's nice to hang out with you tonight. So
Well, we have to. Well, we're Scooby. Well, that means we're like a Scooby Doo team. Get it?
you got it. You
We
got
gotta
it.
get to the bottom of this shit over
Ooh,
here.
let's get to the bottom of it. So Melissa,
We
so
gotta
you
get to the bottom of it.
so you obviously were contracted to hang your art for a period of time.
Well, I didn't hang it. I just had to. I had to go to the
have it
post
hung,
office.
to have it on display.
Right. So it's in an art
For
museum.
A coveted.
And the only people who get to see it are the people who work there.
Right. So you
don't
had
want to
you
see
had
it
a very
anyway.
coveted period of time where your wall your art gets to be on the wall.
Yeah, we don't
And
get
then
to
by
be-
the time
we don't
that's
get
up,
all the Scooby Doo shit, not knowing all
the
this.
next person's in line to hang their art whenever
Well,
we get
art,
out of
like-
quarantine, right? So
Like New York
God,
has
the
a lot of
time.
art museums, and a lot of people come here to see the art museums.
So you literally got your art hung 2 days prior to quarantine?
No. Well, so we're talking about 2 different things. So my own art is in a contemporary art museum right now.
Right.
The gallery is where I am right now. I'm actually at the gallery.
Oh, yeah, okay, I can see that.
So the
Wait,
wall
wait, okay. Yeah,
are
which one are we
blank.
trying to get back?
We took
Which
the
one
art.
do we have to get back?
So my friends, who I know from California, he moved to New York 4 years ago, and so he was the first featured artist. And he works at a gallery in Chelsea, which is like the art gallery capital of New York City.
It's a little
So he
snooty.
has
I'd say
access-
it's a little snooty for my taste, but go ahead.
So he has access to box trucks.
Yeah.
Because his work is big. So,
Yeah.
him and his
Say
friends
no
loaded
more.
it all up in a box truck. The box truck gets here. They got to drill holes in the wall. Like it's a.
Yeah.
I worked at an
No,
art.
no,
museum.
no,
It's
no,
a
no.
big deal to hang
Yeah.
art. Like
Yeah.
you have
Yeah.
to do it just so everything has to be clean. You can't have any fingerprints. Like
And there's a huge responsibility.
right, because if something happens to it, it costs a lot of money.
That's it.
So anyway, the opening was great.
That's
We had free Prosecco, a bunch of people came.
Yeah.
And then my friend texted me. It was like, because I had told her what was going on in California.
Yeah.
And she was like,
Ryan, you're
it's
coming
happening here now because she has children. So that was when the schools closed.
Okay.
And she's a
That was
teacher.
it.
So she's been teaching her students and her own children who are a different age than her students
Oh my
all
God.
day, every day, Monday through Friday. So I don't see her anymore. She's and a lot of my friends are teachers, and I used to be a teacher for 12 years. And like, to the teaching world, this is crazy that they're just like, school's out.
Oh,
I mean, imagine back when you were in high school. This is like every high school kid's dream. Right?
Yes.
We're canceling school in March.
Fuck yes. No school. Yes,
It's a high school
exactly.
kid's dream, but right now I've got friends who have high school kids that are like not that happy. Not that happy. I'm
Well,
like,
what that definitely
Right, because they don't get to hang out with their
differentiates
friends.
Right.
What that
I'm like,
definitely
with their
differentiates
parents.
between
Not the
is
best.
those who
Not what
saw
teenagers want.
high school as a social outlet and
Right.
those who just
Right.
fucking
Exactly.
wanted to get out of high school.
Yeah.
And like those who couldn't give a shit about remembering the people they went to high school with, they were like, snow day?
The Aunt
Fuck
Jane.
yeah, give me
the
5 of them.
Aunt Jane with
Hold
all
on.
the kids.
I got 5 months of snow days.
My
Yes!
coworkers,
fucking
my coworkers who have
school!
little kids.
No
I mean,
school!
they're just like, they fucking suck. Like,
Yeah. Well, and
they're so cute.
this
No.
is kind of a funny anecdote. So New Yorkers love their coffee, so all the coffee places
Yeah.
are still open.
We-
You just
no,
can't
we
stay there.
do our coffee too, but we do it. I
They're
just
considered
do it at
essential.
home. I do it
Right.
upstairs.
So like patios and stuff are open. You just try to stay 6 feet apart from each other when you're waiting
Are
to
you
Right.
order and stuff.
Well,
So
you're
one
right.
day,
my best friend
I
Dan
was-
at work, he's doing his fucking Starbucks. He's doing Starbucks.
so I was waiting for my coffee. You know, like you
Uh-huh.
order and then you have to wait a few minutes before it's ready.
Yeah.
And the other person
I
waiting
don't
was a
do
police
that.
officer, like in his uniform.
Right.
And so I asked him, I was like, you know, how are things going? And
Yeah.
he didn't say it like this, but he was basically like, it's a shit show, you know, like, I mean, who would want to be a cop right now? Because I mean, the criminals, I mean, I don't want to like get involved in that world, but like, I'm sure
Yeah.
they're up to no good, you know? And
Yeah.
but
Definite
he
uptick in
said-
criminal activity because
he said that
society changes,
you
everything
criminal
changes. Yeah.
that particular
Yeah.
day,
Criminal
his main
activity.
problem were high school kids
Wow.
because they're just out and
criminal-
about, you
Up to no
know,
good.
up to no good, you know,
Fucking A,
vandalizing
man. They're like,
things and stealing things.
no school. Let's,
Yeah,
let's go break into that shit.
right. You know, and they can
Yeah.
drive.
Like,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
They've all got smartphones.
Nothing's stopping them.
wait,
no
wait.
one's
Where'd
watching.
you grow up, Brian? Where'd you grow up?
Mostly Virginia. I was born in New Mexico. Is Orion still around?
No.
He's
Well,
a fellow
he
New
might be.
Mexican.
Is he? Is he?
No, he's so I was born in New Mexico.
He
So
drove.
funny,
Lived in
he was,
Colorado.
Like, so wanting to be.
Lived in
he was
Scotland.
Hey, there's the vaudeville tent.
He was, but he was so into this that I was like,
So Jane, I was born in New Mexico, lived in Colorado, Scotland, upstate New York, and then grew up mostly in Virginia.
"Are you fucking?"
And
kidding
lived in
me?
Hong
That's
Kong
so
for a
great.
little while.
How are you in Scotland?
Where did you live in Colorado?
How are you in Scotland?
Lamar.
Lamar. Where's that?
Yeah, it's a little small town, like I think south central east. Just maybe just a little bit of it was because my father was teaching in a community college there.
Okay.
So my
Oh
parents,
God, I
what
love
took
your
us around to a lot of
dad.
moves
Your
was that
dad's the greatest. What did he teach?
my parents were retooling. They got out of the Navy and then they were in real estate in Southern California in the 60s.
Wow.
Living large.
They're
Living
so
large.
cute.
And then they
I
went
love that.
bankrupt.
Oh,
And so
Bad
they had to
idea.
recreate their lives. And they ended up
they
going
really?
home
They
to
really
New
went
Mexico,
bankrupt?
which was where my father's family was. And that was kind of like coming back to the cocoon and saying, all right, because my dad's real estate partner, it was a bad deal. They stole all his money and they broke the company
my
up and they went
God.
bankrupt.
like my dad and Leonard.
And they
was
were in
your-
Apple Valley, like
Was it
California,
John and
in the
Leonard? Were
60s.
their
It's
names
like,
John and Leonard?
Oh,
No,
wow.
no,
That's
no.
hot. That's like in
no,
the
it
desert.
was like real estate gold. I
Tell
mean,
me
you
your
could, you
dad's
couldn't.
name and his buddy's name, please.
No, you wouldn't know. It was like way back in the 60s.
No, I know, but my dad did a bad deal in the back in the day, and it was John. We're like, just that was not the name of the company. My dad's name was John, and his name was Leonard. What
My
were
father's name was David Holt.
There you go.
What
That's
was the other
in
guy's name?
Don't know. Have no idea.
Dave.
You don't?
He faded
Oh.
away long into the war.
Oh, okay. Because
Well,
it's like John
the lore that
Garmerthal, Leonard
followed was
Banks,
far more
like John
interesting
Garmerthal and
than
Leonard
holding
Banks
on to
of
the
it.
name of the guy who created the bankruptcy.
Okay.
So what I always ended up focusing on was the fact that my parents adapted and did what they had to do, and they got back to family. They got back down to the dirt, and they rebuilt themselves. So they went back to school. They got
And
education. They retooled. They got the next level up. Got the
inside
first
of them,
position at a
yeah.
community college, and then
That's
they both
awesome.
went to do their. My dad went to do his PhD, and my mom was to do her master's in. His was PhD in economics, and hers was master's in nursing. And they decided Scotland because my dad wanted to give us. He wanted to. Our family bloodline is Scottish on one side.
Yeah.
So he wanted to give us an experience of our family bloodline. So
Yeah.
we had pictures of us when we were tiny with our Scottish clans kilts on.
No way.
And I even have a recording of myself, like my three brothers around the table with those old, remember those old cassette recorders? He pressed the button down on the table.
Yeah.
Just a single, put a cassette in. There's the,
I'm
yeah.
the oldest.
And so we were gathered around the table, like singing nursery rhymes.
Yeah. I
Pure
remember
Scottish
I did
accent.
all that.
So like,
yeah.
I learned to speak in Scotland.
So how old were you? You were a child, or?
Yeah, I moved there when I was 17 months.
Oh.
And I was there until I was almost 4.
It's
so
like
I learned to speak with a Scottish accent. So
Yeah.
my first 3 years of my life,
How do you
basically.
say cheers? It doesn't make sense to me. Salente Sean, whatever. Yeah, Salente.
What's that, Jane?
Cheers. Cheers in Scottish. Like Salente Chin. Like there's another word after Salente. Cheers. In Scottish.
I know
Like
what you're
cheer
talking
how-
about.
Yeah.
That's
cheers,
that's
cheer out. Salente.
that's
Salente.
actually Irish.
Yeah, I know
Irish.
what you're getting at, though.
That's Irish.
Oh, are you serious? I thought it was Salente.
Schlante, schlante.
But then there's another word after it. It's supposedly Scottish. I
Slajvan.
honestly,
I think it's Slajvan.
It's yes.
Is
it's
what you're thinking about.
100% exactly not how it looks.
Slajvan.
It's different than
That's
that.
not Scottish.
It's different than that. It's very close to that, Brian. It's
Okay.
very close to
I
that,
don't
but
I
it's
don't
not
remember what you were talking about there. I would not
But
have
it's
been
like
learning how to
Salajvan,
cheers at
whatever.
3 years
I
old.
actually sent an email to my bosses at work with that in it, but I was like, I don't have to say it out loud. I know it's a weird pronunciation. I don't know the pronunciation, but it was like no, it's cool. You're giving us a 9% pay cut. No problem. No problem.
A lot of all that, one of the cool things is that we moved enough times to like randomly different places that I somehow never picked up an accent. Thankfully, in some cases, I did not pick up a accent from Fredonia, New York, nor did I pick up an accent from Shenandoah Valley, Virginia.
I was going to say,
18 years.
Sounds southern at all.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Little
you would've
bit.
gotten one,
A couple
but,
words here and there. So
Virginia, you would've
I
gotten one.
escaped all of that kind of whatever that does to one. I've often wondered about that, right? Like, so a kid has no choice. Parents live wherever the fuck they live. They live in Wisconsin and Boston, and poor kid grows up with a thick ass Boston accent, and it's like,
what are they gonna do?
They didn't do anything.
Read chat, everyone.
For the rest of their lives, they got that accent. It's like nothing you can do about it, man.
Read chat. So what you're thinking of, Jane, is pronounced Slanche Tonje.
Slanche Tonje.
Yeah, did someone do that? Did someone just do that pronunciation before you just said that?
Look in chat. I posted the etymology about the whole Irish word, and it's
interesting.
Is that Keelan doing all that stuff?
Yeah, Keelan's doing that.
The guy with the Irish name. Yep.
Cheers is Irish. In Irish is Slante.
I'm part Irish.
Well,
Slanche.
See my back shoulders, how much freckles I get. You'll know I'm Irish. I'm very, very Irish. Very Irish. I have so many freckles.
Slanche is Twinche. Health
But
and
Brian,
wealth.
I
That's
can
cool.
relate to what you're saying because I never lived in a foreign country with my parents, but
Yeah.
we moved around a lot too, which I think is why as a young adult and then a not so young adult,
Yeah.
it's super easy for me to move around a lot. Like, I think by the time I graduated from high school, we'd moved like 12 times or something.
Right.
Where do you live now? I'm sorry, you said it earlier.
That's
but
a
where-
lot. That's a
where do you
lot.
live
12
now,
times.
Melissa?
New York.
But like outside of, like above.
Hour
New
north.
York.
You won't even tell us where. Our
Hey,
friend,
I told
one of
you.
my best friends
I like
in the
it.
world lives in.
You got to retain some mystery. You got to retain some
My
mystery in
best
the
friends
world.
in the world lives in Astoria.
She lives in
I know
Greater New
Astoria
York.
well.
Kurt,
My
Kurt is
former
one of my
college
best guy
roommate
friends
used to
in the
live in
world, and
Astoria.
that's where he lives.
Hold on.
Great
Total
Greek food in Astoria.
total side note. Do any of you follow the comedian Kyle Dunnigan?
I've heard of him, and I know I've seen. or
Okay.
heard of him.
Kyle Dunnigan is
I
funny
was
as
on a
shit.
walk earlier today, and they were doing like a Mother's Day, like all different comedians doing this like crazy silliness about their own moms.
Oh, okay.
And so it was a lot of them. It was a lot.
Oh,
of them.
okay.
Ron
All right.
Wood Jr. It was quite a few of them.
Anyway,
So-
what came to mind was
Well, okay,
was when
no,
when you
no,
when you
Brian,
said
I
where do you
won't
live?
interrupt
Oh,
you
I won't tell
either.
you.
Well,
won't
no,
tell you.
I
I won't say yeah.
I thought I already answered it like maybe
No,
twice.
I think we
Yeah,
did.
which is
You did.
awesome.
You
I love
did.
that you didn't like give the street address, right? You know.
Right.
But what came to mind was Kyle Dunnigan does these face replace videos, like you've seen the filters in Snapchat, and he's a brilliant impersonator. So he does all these fucking characters from like the Kardashians to the royal family to most of the presidents.
Face replace was a thing. I didn't know face
And
replace
he does
was a
Elon
thing.
Musk, and he does Elon Musk really well in a super fucking funny way.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk, right? And so he does these videos where he plays multiple characters, like calling in to a group chat like this, but he plays all the characters and he splices it together in the end. And he has face replacement on. So he's actually looking at a face replacement of
right.
you know, Kim Kardashian. Meanwhile, it's
Oh
Kyle
my gosh.
Dunnigan
You should
impersonating
send me
her.
a link to
God.
that.
I
Like
would love to.
privately.
Actually, like
Because
it's a joke about
one
doing
of my
it, don't do it.
neighbors
Don't actually
is an
do it.
engineer for
Just joke
Tesla.
about doing it.
And I'm
Ping-
sure he would find that hilarious.
Ping me in Facebook Messenger then,
Okay.
if you will.
love to do
Since you can see my first and last name,
Are you going for me?
I would be glad to send the link. But he had this one today.
No,
It was
good.
Elon Musk calling in Pete Davidson at SNL.
I love
And-
Pete Davidson. I
Yeah,
can't wait to
and so
see the
Elon
King Staten Island.
Musk was randomly calling Pete Davidson, and the whole premise
my
was
God.
like
I
Elon
love
Musk was
Pete
calling
Davidson,
someone who was super cool, and they played Elon Musk like very awkward dance
I know,
video
I mean,
on the stage when he
the most
released one of
awkward
the
stuff
last
is the
vehicles or
best.
something, and it was just really corny, right? And so he's playing this whole thing off
Make
like
sure I have your
Elon Musk, I'm
information.
just
Make
calling
sure
you
I
because
know
you're cool.
You too, sis.
So he said to
What's
Pete
your
Davidson
name too?
as Elon Musk, he says,
Sister.
so
You.
I built this house in space and we're having a party
Melissa.
and I want to invite you.
Make sure I have yours.
And PJ was like, all right, cool.
Melissa.
All right. Yeah. And he says, the address is 1 space. And Pete Davis says something like, man, I bet that Uber would be like $1 billion, man. I can't afford that. Elon's like, oh, I got a rocket. You can come with Grimes in it.
Rockets. I'll take you to Mars, bro.
And then Pete Davis is like, no, I'm good. I think I'm going to smoke some weed in my mom's couch. See ya. And hangs up on him. Oh, it's just classic, man. But when you said you wouldn't give your address, I was like, 1 space. Elon Musk.
I'll go with that.
Anyway, Kyle Dunnigan. He's super, super funny, man.
Yeah, he sounds funny.
Super
I'm really
funny.
excited about the new Pete Davidson.
We have
music.
one friend in common, Brian.
Oh, cool. Nathan?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I was like, who would it be? Who would it be?
Imagine that.
It's Nathan.
That's good. Good. He's a
You have to
connector.
accept, like, you're gonna have to accept my friendship real quick.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. I'd be glad to.
For all of
I'm not-
the weird stuff I'm going about to program into your phone, you gotta.
Uh-oh. Should I be scared?
Just joking.
Or should I just have more Beefeater? Or both?
Nice. Well,
Maybe both.
I just
I will gladly accept your friendship.
No,
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
Nice.
It's gin and tonics tonight.
That was the first drink I ever learned how to make. My dad taught me how to make gin and tonics when I was, I think, in 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I want to come home from work and I want you to make me a drink the way I like it. And he taught me how.
The beauty of that is it's just pure.
Bad.
And if you get a gin you enjoy, and
but you're not gonna know
a decent tonic, a good tonic,
you would never enjoy it.
It's just that and lime. It's just nice.
No, now
I briefly had a job selling organic tonic from Brooklyn.
Did you?
So yeah, in LA. A friend of mine, I now that we're older, not so much anymore, but I used to have a lot of friends who, worked in bars as bartenders and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun. It was short lived, but I used to deliver it to Whole Foods and yeah, I like tonic. It's a lot of people don't know that it's actually good for you. That's why it's called tonic, because it has healthful properties called quinine.
Yeah.
Starts with a Q.
Yeah, and that started with the British military in World War II, I believe, or World War One, two.
Oh, really? I'm not very good at history.
Yeah. So what happened was, yeah. Come on. Hold on, just a sec. Come on, Dex. You guys want to see my beautiful cat? Oh my gosh!
Yes.
Look at this guy.
Oh,
look at this dude.
So cute.
Oh, my boy. Yeah, they sent gin and tonic with quinine to the front lines for the British, because the gin would give them courage and loosen them up, right, to be doing shit that was fucking terrifying,
right?
Fighting for your life and killing other people, and the quinine and the tonic would hydrate them and boost their immune system a little bit, basically. Yeah. Pretty interesting.
It is. I think so. My computer's telling me I have to plug it in soon.
East Coast sun is coming up.
It is.
About right.
All right, chitlins. I'm gonna get off the Zoom feed.
Sounds good, Keelan.
Be well.
It was great seeing you, Keelan.
Yeah, you too, Melissa. It was good talking to you, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
And Jane, nice to meet you too. I'm just gonna drop back out and watch Facebook and chill out. I posted a bunch of Nathan Moore stuff and was as my background just to give people.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your pictures. Oh, there's chat.
Yeah, as well.
Oh yeah. You're on Facebook. I will find you on Facebook if you don't find me first. Buddy, awesome.
I'm personally unfindable on Facebook.
Oh, perfect. Good. Same
it
here.
Is.
Keelan is findable.
Not as much as you.
I'm findable through other people's friends.
Well,
look at that guy.
Don't look for me, but if you look for me, it's going to be under Jane Gummersell Winburn. I'll be under Jane Gummersell Winburn, but don't look for me.
Got it.
Jane Gummersell Winburn.
Got it. Peace.
I'm there. You can find me there, Jane Gummersell Winburn.
All right, Miss Jane. All right, Mr. Keelan.
Hi, Keelan. Good night.
Good night, Mel.
That goes for you too, sister. We get a friend up tonight, Melissa.
Look at that moon.
Well, I'm in the hippie fiasco chat before I jumped into this whole Zoom thing.
Mm-hmm.
I did not expect this to be happening.
I just honestly, we were
not where I saw my
we were watching a thing.
Neither did I.
Oh my god, I love those birds are like just up. Those birds are like.
Oh, you can hear my birds out here?
Of course I can.
Yeah.
Ours are like that outside too. If I go outside, but then my neighbors couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
I don't hear me either because he's sleeping too. So, anyway,
Yeah, it's been great to connect with you guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
We'll
likewise.
all connect, keep connecting.
I like that Nathan randomly just
Ryan, I think we're
pulled a curveball and said,
connecting.
"Yeah, let's see what happens."
Curveball.
Melissa, I would like to keep connecting with you as well.
Yeah, this has been fun. I think I'm kind of starting to fade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm heading out too.
Being broadcast.
Yeah, everyone is.
And my computer's about to die.
There you go.
That's
So I think I'm gonna say it was wonderful chatting with you guys.
All right,
And
Miss Melissa.
I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend because it's the
Cheers.
weekend.
Thank you.
And
I feel like
I'll see you guys soon.
We'll do. Yeah. Thanks for sharing your story. Nice to
very
meet you.
soon. Are you on
You
Facebook?
too.
Are you on Facebook?
I am. I'm on Facebook right now. Or well, I guess this is Zoom.
Okay, then you can find me easier, I guess. Well, Jane Gummersell Winburn. Just look at Jane Gummersell Winburn.
Yeah.
You'll find
I
me.
know that. It's an unusual
Very
name.
easy to find.
We'll see you in the chat at
There's no
Happy
other
Fiasco.
Jane
Happy
Gummersell
Fiascos.
Winburn. Yeah. You'll start to
You
type
guys-
in Jane
you guys
G.
in
And
the
you're
chat.
like, what? We have 7 friends in
See you
common
in
with
the
the
chat.
We have 84 friends in common.
All right. Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Okay. Are you off too,
Have a
Brian?
great. Yeah, I think I'm heading out, Miss Jane.
Okay, bye.
At that time, nice to hang with you guys.
Yeah, you guys
Nice
too.
to hang with you too.
I guess there's no leaving song.
I guess not.
You could play a leaving song. Why don't you
can
play a
play the
leaving
leaving
song?
song. No,
You
there's
got the
no-
audio.
Well, I can do the share, but you could also do the
How about
Dude, I'm totally fine with that. I'm
the
totally
opening track to Dear Puppeteer?
No, let's do something like Surprise Me, Mr. Davis. Like one of
Okay.
them I mean the dude, okay. Is
You got
he
the control.
on here? Is he on here, Nathan?
On where? Yeah, he's on.
Okay.
Why not
Could
dial
he
something up?
Well, would he just chime in for 2
Or
seconds?
maybe Nathan will play the leaving song.
Well, I would hope he
Cue
would.
it up, my man. And the credits.
I'll play it so badly that he'll want to play it. What do you play? Let's play a song where there's like keys and bass. And I'll grab the bass. I'll grab
Oh my
the bass.
god.
You grab the keys. No, seriously. I can. That's fine. That's fine. It'll be horrible. I've got a very nice bass that I like.
I like your spirit, Jane. I like your
Comfortable.
spirit.
You down? I mean, honestly, like the reason you and I are obviously going to be not best friends, we're almost best friends, is because of our spirits. We have very similar spirits, right? That's what I thought.
Yes, ma'am. But I don't have an instrument that amplifies
You don't have an instrument?
in my current setting. Mine's all headphone based.
I have
So-
no. I've not played this bass in years, so it probably won't sound like anything. It probably won't sound like anything. I've not played it in years. Let's find out.
All right.
No, I have to like. I definitely have to plug it in. It's not plugged in. It's not plugged in.
All right. Well, why don't we just say adieu?
It's not. It is definitely not plugged in to anything.
Yep. All right, Miss Jane.
I can't. I'm not doing anything.
No worries. No worries. I'm going to head out. I got a little bit more work to do this morning. I usually work nights.
Okay, what's
I
up?
don't know if you saw the screenshot of that earlier. Check this out. This is, let's see where Pro Tools is. This is a shot of
Oh my god, that's so
the current,
awesome.
the
Is
current film.
Obama? No.
No,
John
no.
Mullally? Is it John Mullally?
No. It's a small film out of Atlanta. But
Who
I'm
is
doing the post audio for this. So this is the session.
Joe.
It's a
Who is it?
film called Mr. Postman.
But who was the actor? Who was the actor?
There are a number of actors in it.
No, the one you showed me in the beginning.
I don't know. Jane, I don't know. Jane, I don't know.
Okay, I thought that was
I don't know his name. No. I was showing you my audio session.
Awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. So this is the work I'm doing tonight, is some post-audio sound design for finishing this film off.
No, that's fucking awesome.
Well, it was so cool to hang with you guys.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. And
random surprise that we would be on tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
So
I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah, jump off.
We'll see you on future Hippie Fiasco rides again.
I will.
Nights.
I think you and I need to do a.
Yeah, give me a shout on Facebook.
No, you're like, I will use your editing.
Oh yeah, contact me anytime. Yeah, look me up on Facebook, and then I'll get you my email address.
Make that easier for me. Don't put it in my court. Make it so you can give me your stuff.
Okay.
Like right now. Like what
then
is
what's your yeah. Well, I'm not going to put my email address on the live feed stream.
Not the light. Not
so,
but you know,
Miss Jane, look me up on Facebook. Let's connect there, and we can message, and I'll send you my email address.
I'm going to close this right now, and then
sounds good.
Well, okay, perfect. Okay, bye.
Yep, we'll connect there. All right, be well. We'll see you. Then there was one.
child, you were treated kind, but you were never brought up right. You was always spoiled with 1,000 toys, but still you cried all night. Your mother who neglected you owes $1 million tax, and your father's still perfecting ways to make you see it right. You better stop. Look around. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes your 19th nervous breakdown. Oh, who's to blame? That girl's just insane. What I do don't seem to work. It only seems to make matters worse. When you were in school, you had that fool who really messed your mind. It was after that you turned your back on treating people kind. On our first trip, I tried so hard to rearrange your mind. But after a while, I realized you were disarranging mine. You better stop and look around. 'Cause here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes your 19th nervous breakdown. When you were a child, you were treated kind, but you were never brought up right. You was always spoiled with 1,000 toys, still you cried all night. Your mother who neglected you rose up to good gospel's right. And your father still perfecting ways of making system right. You better stop.
Check, check.
Look around. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes your 19th nervous breakdown. Okay, we'll be back.
Taken my sorrow, I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone, and all I loved alone. Then in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill, the mystery which binds me still. From the torrent to the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view.